On behalf of the Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee, I call this meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Dr. Bookby? Here. Mr. Castile? Dr. Davis? Here. Ms. Ellis? Mr. Garvey? Here. Ms. Holloway? Mr. Millery?
Here.
Mr. Morris? Ms. Orange-Jones? Here. Mr. Rock? Ms. Boucher? Ms. Rocca? Ms. Rocca is not present. We have
First item.
All right, your consent agenda. Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 4.2 and 4.4.
Dr. Davis, may I have a second? Mr. Rock. Any comments from the board? Any public comment? Any objections to them? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please. Ms. Orange-Jones.
Mr. Chairman, a request to take item 5.3 out of order. That'll be a motion.
Can I get a second?
Mr. Morris with the second.
So your first item is on page 86, item 5.3, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 111, the Louisiana School District and State Accountability System. Regarding the state accountability system, the recommendation is to approve as notice of intent, and updated slides have been distributed.
Thank you. Superintendent Bowman.
Well, thank you. I would ask that Mr. Thomas Lambert with the department and Ms. Susie Shower, who is VP of Education Industry Partnerships at LCTCS, please come to the table as this new presentation. I think it's important for Ms. Shower to be here just because of the partnership that we've shown with LCTCS on this particular initiative. So I'll get the presentation started, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Lambert and Mr. Allen to continue this. So if we can pull up the PowerPoint. So I've had a lot of time to think about the purposes of an accountability system over the last couple of years. Someone has said it's not good politics to talk about accountability, and maybe it's not. And in fact, someone had joked a couple of days ago, and
It was brought to my attention that we had a motion to take it out of order, but not a motion in action.
Okay.
okay, sorry.
Ms. Orange-Jones, can I have a second, please? Dr. Davis. Superintendent, sorry about that.
I'll start over. So I've had a couple of years to think about accountability. Some individuals have maybe rightfully said that one in my position shouldn't talk about accountability because it's certainly not politically popular and it's hard. And they were right. You know, someone joked a couple of days ago and they said if it gets too hot, we'll just pull the fire alarm. I think they were a little premature. But maybe we won't need that again. But over the course of the last couple of years, in probably all of our minds, we try to think about like what are the purposes of an accountability system? What are the things that it's intended to do? And it's a tough thing because it impacts educators and it impacts our communities. It impacts our families in some ways, but most importantly, it impacts our children and their future. And that's why it's so important that we get it right and understand that getting it right, different people have different views over what right actually means, and that's all good. But for me, I think I've been able to narrow it down to a couple of things that I think an accountability system does, and I understand again even here that there isn't like universal agreement that these are the things that it's supposed to do, but these are my minutes, and so I'm going to tell you what I think they should do. The first thing I think an accountability system should do is it should clarify for us the components of schooling that as a state we believe are important. So those things might be things such as literacy. Those things might be ensuring that students are scoring at a particular level on ACT so they have access to a top scholarship. In this particular proposal, You'll see the elevation of career and technical education unlike ever before, because we think that that's important in our state. And so the first thing I think an accountability system has to do is it has to clarify the components of schooling that we all deem are important. And then the next thing it has to do is it has to measure our success and progress against those components, and then transparently tell our public how we're doing, so that that informs future policy, it informs practice, it informs resource allocation. And so for me, those are the two things that an accountability system has to do. And that is why this conversation today is so important. I think that's why we need to have this conversation today. So it has been mentioned that there has not been enough engagement on accountability. It feels like I've been engaged on accountability for 2 years solid. I took the time last night just to pull the public meetings when we have talked about accountability and these proposals over the last 2 years. So we've had 10 accountability councils, we've had 8 superintendent advisory councils, we've had 9 meetings of the VESI work group, we've discussed it at formal VESI 7 times, we did stakeholder survey that had over 1,000 respondents, and that doesn't even include the number of times where we've had personal conversations or we've been into your districts or your communities to further talk about this. So we have had a process for engagement. So if I look at the next slide, I'll tell you as a former district superintendent, one of the things I used to say is, man, if they could just settle on a system and then we would just know what that system is and then we could all do that thing. And that felt like the right thing for me to say at the time. But what I've come to appreciate is that things evolve and things change and expectations change and needs within communities and schools change. And so I took the time just to pull a few examples of this. So if we just look at 4th grade math, students scoring at Basic Plus, in 1999 we had 40% of Louisiana students scoring at Basic Plus. In 2022, we had 61%. So we said we could have a higher standard, and we met the standard. If we look at AP exams with a score of 3 or greater, in 2012 we had 2,700 students scoring 3 or greater. In 2021, that number is 7,000. We look at graduation rates, and this is probably the most significant. In 2005, we had 64% of our students graduating high school in 4 years, and in 2019, that number was 80%. So the places where the accountability system has leaned in and has said, we believe we can do better, and it has signaled those things, we have done better. We have figured out a way to do things better and get better results. And so now is a new opportunity for us, again, to raise those expectations. You know, I'm often a guy that gets criticized because maybe I'm not traditional enough, or maybe I'm not reform enough, and so sometimes I have a hard time figuring out where I am, but I try to be at the place of what's in the best interest of children. And I don't say that to be sanctimonious in any type of way, I just say that because that's how I approach my job, and I'm sure that's how so many of you approach your job as well. But I think the opportunity that we have today is to think about growth and think about our high schools and the way in which they function. And so the proposal that you have before you today is, we have talked about in some way for over 2 years, does a couple of things. One, it honors educators in schools by recognizing true growth and recognizing it at a sufficient weight. The second thing it does is that it gives us the opportunity to transform our high schools by lifting the value of core content and ensuring students graduate with college credits, career credentials, and/or on-the-job training via high-value internships and apprenticeships. So when we look at proficiency rates in our high schools, and we know they're 37% in the core content areas, if you look at bullet 2, this proposal lifts the value of that to provide additional emphasis on core content. The second thing it does is it still awards points for students who graduate with a diploma in the state of Louisiana, but on the strength of the diploma side, which is now the acceleration index side, it says that moving forward, it's not the expectation alone that a student would graduate with a diploma. It's the expectation that they would graduate, and if they're on that university track, they would have under their belt a set of courses that deliberately links them to a higher ed partner. Or if they're on that career track, they've had a set of experiences that have earned them credentials, or they've had on-the-job training being an internship, or even more so, a high-demand apprenticeship. And so we are signaling back to the purpose that these things are important to us. And so this today is a new opportunity to raise those expectations. And I understand it's a tough vote, and I understand the vote's going to fall where the vote ends up falling, and that's good. And that's the point of this board, to have deliberations and listen to wise counsel from each other and ultimately land in a place. But I just wanted to take a few moments this morning and just share where we've been, allow people to see when we have signaled that things are important, they have improved, and we have the opportunity to do that again today to raise the standard across our state.
Thanks, Dr. Brumley. Dr. Brumley asked me to give some context, having shared past expectations and how we have met those expectations over time, or gotten closer to meeting those expectations for a majority of our students. The question is, what do we need to change about high schools, and what are the challenges that we are trying to solve in the accountability system and why? Some data that I think are really telling, they're not our data, they're data that come from a portion of America, a portion of Louisiana, which was done in 2020, that really studied the state of young people's experiences and life state by state. And one of the things that they talk a lot about is youth disconnection. 16% of Louisiana's young people are disconnected from both work and school when they're between the ages of 16 and 24, compared to 11% across the country. Louisiana has the 4th highest rate of youth disconnection in the nation. Some students are more disconnected than others. African American young people are disconnected at a rate of 22%. Young people with disabilities are disconnected at a rate of 33%. And Black or African American males are disconnected at a rate of 27%, and females 17%. Most of our high school students are not achieving mastery, college-ready standard on the LEAP 2025 assessments, and 82% of our young people are on a 4-year university pathway that includes the advanced maths, sciences, Englishes, social studies required for admission to a 4-year university, while 18% of our young people are on a pathway that teaches them about career opportunities and provides them with an industry-based credential. When you look at that 18% of young people who earn an advanced or on a career path, and break it out and look at what quality credential are they earning, only 6% of those students are earning an advanced quality credential, one that is going to propel them into the workforce and be able to exit high school, gain a job that is going to help them make a good living and have a head start on what it is that they want to do after high school. 57% are earning a basic quality credential, one that gives them information, one that gives them foundational information about careers, but is not necessarily going to increase their likelihood of employment in a strong career path immediately. And 36% of our students that are on the career pathway are earning a very low quality credential, one that we might call emerging or regional under the old system. And then when you look at all of our students and say, what about university? 42% of our graduates are still enrolled in college their second year. 14% of our graduates enroll and don't show back up for school their second year. And 43% of our young people do not enroll within that first year in college. So we have 82% of young people that are declaring the university pathway in 10th grade. 42% are making it to their second year, not the end of their second year, the August of their second year. 14% made it there the first year and didn't make it the second, and 43% never showed up. And then when you look at advanced credentialing, whether that's earning AP credit or earning a high-quality industry-based credential recognized by workforce, 24% of our white students do that. 16% of our total population does that. 9% of our economically disadvantaged students do that. 6% of our African American students do that. And less than 5% of our students with disabilities do that. Meanwhile, our high school accountability system frames that we are 70% A or B and 92% A, B, or C. The proposal has several highlights. We've been through a long process to discuss this. It has been a labor of love for young people and trying to raise the expectation of what it is the young person when they graduate from high school in the state of Louisiana will have in their hand with that high school diploma, and that we will make it an expectation for all students so that when student populations are not getting that, it shows up in our accountability formula and we can act and intervene the way that we do through all of our accountability measures and focuses within the federally required accountability system. This creates a robust measure for high schools that to earn 100 on this formula, a graduate in the College and Career Acceleration Index should graduate if they're on the career path with a high quality industry recognized credential, or if they're going to university, if they want an A100 expectation, they should have 12 approved dual enrollment credits. And if they're on a CTE path, those CTE dual enrollments count as long as they are high quality. It also aligns our ACT indices to be more closely aligned to our TOPS eligibility requirements and removes the work visa replacement for non-career students. Lastly, this strengthens our growth measure and increases the weight of growth. Valued at 40% with an increase of value focusing on each school's students who are in most need of support, with 25% of those students being elevated within the formula to focus. And second, it really recognizes growth in the top half of the state, increasing the rigor of that measure. The proposed system actually decreases the overall correlation between socioeconomic status of schools and most of the SPS indices, with the exception being the ACT index, which is having adjustments made to remove that work fees exception, which is the reason why it is not decreased. It also decreases the max number of points available in the formula by 25, and on average decreases, with 25 points coming off the top of the scale, decreases the K8 SPS by 3.5 points and the high school by 16.7. High school had no significant adjustments to their accountability system, while elementary schools simply was an increase in the weight of growth, while we also made the growth measure more rigorous. I will pause there for any additional comments from Dr. Brown before I go into the College and Career Acceleration Index. Okay. The College and Career Acceleration Index is an area where there's been a lot of discussion. The question of what is it that we should expect of our schools and of our state to make sure that young people are well positioned for the thing that comes after high school. I think you guys have probably shared two things about what accountability systems do. I think that we can all have a debate about what the purpose of high school is. But the simplest definition to me is it prepares the young person for what comes next. As we think about that, when we built the College and Career Acceleration Index, we attempted to measure to what extent does this accelerate a young person into the next step after high school. If they're going to college, how much credit are they getting, and what experiences are they getting, so that when they walk across the high school stage, they know whether they are college bound because they've experienced it, whether they're college ready because they've experienced it, or if they're on the career path, they have experienced work-based learning, earned an industry-based credential, and are really competitive for really good jobs. You see at that top level, 125 points, which would be an associate's degree, a full apprenticeship, an advanced credential that reaches that level 3 or 4, normally in CCER, or passing 3 AP or IB exams and earning that AP scholar type designation that says that the young person is set apart in the number of AP exams that they pass. So that's the top level. Think of that like our advanced end of course exams. About 6% of our young people earn an advance on the LEAP 2025. The next level down is the 100, which in our current formula, we look at mastery as that, as that in the assessment index. That would be an advanced CTE credential. So if a young person is going into the workforce, are they earning a credential that's going to help propel them into high-quality careers? If they are seeking to go to college, AP, passing 2 of those exams, or whether they're on the TOPS university or the career pathway, earning 12 dual enrollment credits just short of a semester, propelling them into the next year and having them get the experience so that they know whether college is where they want to go. And if they don't, they make that adjustment before they go to college, determine that it's not for them, and then ultimately exit without any type of credential. And that would be the same thing for students who are on the career path. They could also earn high quality CTE. And I won't go down each individual level from here, but that is our expectation. We are saying that we are going to accelerate young people if they're on a career path to earn a high quality industry recognized credential or have strong connection to a higher education partner and earn high quality dual enrollment, whether that's CTE or academic.
Thank you, Thomas. And I appreciate Superintendent Brumley's introducing me earlier. I'm Susie Schoen. I'm the Vice President for Education with LCTCS, the Community and Technical College System. But many of you know me from my background with Louisiana Academic Development. And over the past 10 or so years, I've spent a lot of time looking at the intersection between education and the economy. And what I can tell you is that what Thomas just talked about in terms of the what comes next really is critically important, and that is what we're talking about today. University pathways matter. They provide terrific opportunities, many of them provide terrific opportunities for young people and help our economy to prosper. And career and technical education matters to the same extent that those university pathways matter. And that's what we're looking at here. When LCTCS was asked to come to the table and work through the college and career acceleration metrics, we came with that lens of what comes next and our understanding of the economy and of career and technical education that is well aligned to the needs of the economy, spurs resilient economic growth, and provides equitable opportunities to our young people. That's what we wanted to see reflected in the college and career acceleration matrix. When we came to the table, we had a few pretty significant priorities. First and foremost, we want the state to put a stake in the ground and say we value career and technical education to the same degree that we value and reward students who achieve university pathway credentials. We wanted to see a recognition of the value of CTE credentials at multiple levels in the matrix. We specifically wanted to see high-value, rigorous, market-aligned career and technical education dual enrollment coursework valued in the matrix. We wanted special recognition of the achievements of young people who are able to get an associate's degree while they are still in high school. And we want some recognition of the importance of work-based learning. All of those priorities are well reflected in the college and career acceleration matrix. We do realize that we are going to need to play a significant role in helping our high schools succeed according to the metrics that are reflected here. And I'm coming to tell you that we are absolutely up for that challenge and we welcome it. We welcome the opportunity to engage in more career and technical education partnerships with the high schools around the state. I do want to say a word about our rural schools. We have a number of rural campuses and there are existing partnerships with many of the rural high schools around the state, but those partnerships can be stronger. It is arguably even more important for those rural high schools to provide robust and relevant CTE experiences for their students than for our other high schools. It's critically important that we solve this. And at LCTCS, we are ready to partner to engage those schools and really help to align what they're offering and provide resources where we can. We do have some additional resources to offer at this point. All of our colleges now have mobile labs, thanks to an investment of the federal funding that came down during the pandemic. that's an asset that we can provide. With the broadband expansion that's going on around the state, there is also a further opportunity to provide CTE opportunities to students in rural areas. So I did want to highlight those specific opportunities that we have. And also to assure everybody that in terms of validating the market relevance of credentials and dual enrollment courses, LCTCS is ready to be part of that process and to really take a pretty heavy lift on as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. A few other things to note within the CCAI index. Schools can earn a maximum of 125 points on this index. It includes military enlistment for 5 additional points. It also includes community service, qualified work-based learning at 25 points. Graduating students who enter high school below basic on ELA or math or English language learners can earn a maximum of 25 points for graduating, because we know that the graduation likelihood for those young people is less likely than their peers who arrive in high school more prepared. So 25 points for a student who entered below basic on both ELA and math, or for an English language learner, as mentioned by the ELPT, or 10 points if they were below basic on one of those. The next component that we want to talk about is the growth index, which has been strengthened. The growth index today offers points all the way down to the 20th percentile. So the value-added measure, which is designed to measure the comparative growth compared to peers, we are rewarding points all the way down to students who performed 30 points less, 30 points worse than the average student. This measure adjusts that. It maintains the floors for mastery and advanced that are currently in policy. It creates a measure that looks at the bottom 25% of students, which actually will be one of the lowest correlated with socioeconomic status of our measures in the formula at less than 2. And it doesn't award points for growth below the 50th percentile. So it only recognizes growth that is better than average in our state, instead of awarding points for growth all the way down to the 20th percentile. When you look at a simulation of these data, you will see that all of the indices, with the exception of 2, are very close to one another. They all reflect a very similar level of rigor. The difference being the College and Career Acceleration Index and the cohort graduation rate, both of which are in high school. One is significantly higher, which because it is based off the cohort graduation rate, which Dr. Crowley shared earlier. We have really worked to meet the expectation that our young people in Louisiana will graduate. And the College and Career Acceleration Index, which currently in this simulation is a 46.6. And school systems will have the opportunity over the course of the next several years, as this goes into effect for the graduating class of 2025, in order to make sure that young people who are on a career path are earning high-quality, industry-recognized credentials, which is currently at 6% of those young people, and work toward making sure that young people who are on a university pathway are prepared for college and can prove that by earning college credit. Other policies of note that are in here that we have heard lots of discussion about. This slide has a component on it that is not part of the proposal. It requires the inclusion of appropriate pathways for students with significant cognitive disabilities, so that will be in policy and will be part of the advanced industry recognized credentials for students with significant cognitive disabilities. The third bullet incorporates language requiring the department to update the board when 75% of the students are achieving the basic or better. And lastly, places in policy a collaboration between the Louisiana Department of Education, Workforce Commission, LED, Board of Regents, BESI, and LCTCS. And then these are the proposed weights.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. I would like at this time, if he is here, to ask Dr. Monty Sullivan, who is the president of LCTCS, to come to the table and offer any remarks that he may have.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, members of the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. I'm Monty Sullivan. President of the Community and Technical College
You may
System.
have to press your button.
There we go. See the green light now. Thank you for the opportunity. This is a very important issue. I know that each one of you recognize it as such. I want to thank you for the great work that you do on behalf of the thousands of kids across the state of Louisiana. This is a really important step in terms of the accountability metric. I want to be really clear. Our community and technical college system is not an expert in school accountability. We're not involved in this conversation because we're an expert in school accountability. We're involved in the conversation for one reason. In Louisiana, we have a relatively poor state, we have a relatively rural state, and we have a state that has a significant number of students that are underserved, as evidenced by the fact that we have 1.1 million of our 2.3 million working age adults with a high school diploma or less. Half of our state's workforce has a high school diploma or less. Where do you think that began? It began without a strong career and technical education system. And so what I would suggest to you is we have an opportunity to change that going forward, to give equal billing, if you will, to career and technical education and the importance of it. Not simply forcing kids to make a decision in the 8th grade, as some would say, but instead, just like we have at several of our colleges across the state, some of the brightest kids out there are going back and taking career and technical education credentialing courses. Likewise, some of the students who may not have performed quite as well in the classroom in the more academic subjects, we know the impact that dual enrollment has for them. There are statewide studies that have been done over the last 20 years in states like Florida, Virginia, New York, that looks at dual enrollment and looks at the value of dual enrollment for different populations. Do you know the population that benefits the most from career and technical education dual enrollment in each one of those statewide studies? African American male students. What are we thinking? Let's make sure that career and technical education is available at the highest levels for every one of our students to ensure that they have that opportunity to excel. Completing high school is not enough. You know that. Everyone recognizes it now. In 1910, compulsory education laws were put in place in this nation to ensure that people had an education and could function as a citizen. Today, a high school diploma is not enough. You know that. And so let's ensure that every student that walks out of high school has already had to think about and in many ways already perform in college level work. Yes, portions of that are academic, but yes, portions of that are also career and technical education. Again, we came to the table because we saw an opportunity to make Louisiana better, and I have absolutely no regrets about being involved in the career and technical education component of this discussion. The original proposal is not a proposal that we're here to weigh in on. We simply want you to understand that career and technical education must have weight within this model that is at least as equal to the academic weight. Give kids an opportunity to excel in career and technical education. Give Louisiana an opportunity to excel. 1.1 million adults is heavy economically. That's why we spend our time over at that Capitol every year fighting over budgets, because we have a people problem that you and we together can solve. But we have to place a priority on skills, technical education, not a one-shot deal, but rather getting kids in, ensuring that they can excel in those career and technical education opportunities and continue down the path of earning the next credential that will let them be successful right here in Louisiana. I will finish with this. We tend to think about our brightest students and focus so much time, energy, and effort on the brightest students. But I want to remind you the economic reality that Louisiana lives in. And not just Louisiana, but all of us across the country. From an economic development point of view, we typically see one professional engineering position. That position is dependent upon 2 people bachelor's prepared and 7 technicians. Without the 7 technicians and the 2 bachelor's prepared individuals, you don't get the engineering position. So when we talk about keeping our best and brightest at home, we're not talking about simply educating an engineer and keeping them at home. We're talking about making sure that there are the 7s, because without the 7s, you don't get the engineering position. And so the best and brightest leave us. I urge you, as you consider whether it's today or at some point in the future, whatever you do with this proposal, I urge you to make sure career and technical education is prominent. Make sure we send a message to kids that career and technical education is valuable and that they can make a living right here in Louisiana with that career and technical education. Mr. Superintendent, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to Chairman of the Board. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Carter?
Yes, Mr. Sullivan. We have policy, we have tried to place an emphasis over the past years on career and tech education, try to elevate it. I think that we have failed at that by and large. Just to verify that I'm understanding what you're saying, the proposal that's on the table today would dramatically improve the way we are valuing career and tech education in Louisiana?
Yes. In fact, just the very presentation, I think, says that they are co-equals, as they should be. Secondly, I think the proposal also gives points for a student who takes career and technical education dual enrollment, which initially was not included. The third component is it makes the accountability effort from a CTE perspective a living document, because it is tracking alongside the economy. Why would we want to educate our skilled young people in skilled areas that we're not hiring in? Let's be sure that there is that alignment.
And to highlight a point that you just made, the proposal that's on the table today would have LCTCS more involved in evaluating which courses qualify for extra points.
Let me be clear. I think what you heard Thomas say a few minutes ago is there would be a variety of agencies that are involved: Workforce Commission, LED, Board of Regents, and yes, LCTCS. So no one individual is making the decision about what's valuable, say, in the Monroe region or in the Metairie region. That is being determined by data and by a group of folks who do this work already for our credentials. And it's the same economy, so I'm not sure why it would need to be different for the two groups. Obviously, there are some on-ramp credentials that might make sense in the K-12 space that might not in post-secondary ed, and we can work through those details, but I think having a living document is important. Now, I missed one point, if you don't mind, I'd like to go back. There are many people behind me who come from rural areas in Louisiana. I grew up in a rural school district, West Carroll Parish. I know that my superintendent is not in support of this proposal, but that's okay. It's perfectly fine. There are differences of opinion here. But the one thing that I can tell you for sure is the career and technical education experience that I had in that school district doesn't exist the same way today. And I dare say we could look at 70 school districts and we'd struggle to find school districts that have the same career and technical education opportunities today that they had 25, well, I won't say how many years ago, right? It's important that we ensure that these colleges and the school districts partner together in rural communities to make sure that kids in Lake Providence, to make sure that kids in Manning have opportunities like the ones that we're talking about.
I'd like to thank you for taking your time to come here and explain to us how this proposal is better than what we have currently.
Thank you.
Mr. Castillo?
Dr. Sullivan, thank you for your remarks. I like the presentation. I like the thought process. You said something in your remarks that I want to get some clarification on, because I've heard some comments around this, and I think you spoke to it a little bit, but there was concern that if we place greater emphasis, that we should be careful that what it might do is disproportionately discourage kids, you mentioned African American kids in particular, from pursuing a career track and go the career technical education route when they perhaps could be pursuing a 4-year education, and that we might lose that sort of balance in encouragement. Can you speak to that a little bit more? You touched on it, but I really want to make sure for those who asked me that question, where you land on it.
I think first it's important to note that it is not a bifurcated system. We are the ones that make it a bifurcated system. The reality is we have just as many students who are high performing by test scores and by grades who show up in CTE classes for things like drafting, as an example, because they want to learn drafting because they intend to be an engineer or an architect. Those are the kinds of opportunities. This is not a one and done kind of effort. Students need a credential to be able to get the first credential to get the first job, but it's coming back, the second, the third, the fourth step along the way that helps them to gain that education. We have created in the minds, I think, of even students, that it's either academic or it's career and technical education. The reality is that's not factual. In fact, in this very room, you're going to hear the Board of Regents, and have already heard a couple of times now, take up proposals in a Bachelor of Applied Science. A very different degree structure than what we've seen in the past, taking the associate degree of applied science that was very technical in nature and allow it to be transported into the Bachelor of Applied Science. It is a very different structure than what we've seen in the past. So I think it's important that you look to where students are going to be headed over the next 5 to 10 years, just as much as where they have been going over the last 5 to 10 years. I hope that's helpful.
It is. One other question. You spoke about rural districts, and while the LCTCS system is vast and has grown incredibly over the years, and particularly under your leadership, it doesn't reach everywhere. So we have a number of rural districts that have complained that their concern is that there isn't a community college or technical school close enough by for them to take advantage of the opportunity that more urban districts and schools can. Can you address how, can you touch on in your remarks, how you will be able to serve and partner with those particular schools?
Absolutely. I think there are a couple of different directions. First and foremost is taking the education to their local school. You heard Susie a few minutes ago reference the mobile labs. I think those are incredible opportunities for us to take experiences to kids that maybe they would not have had otherwise. The other is, if you haven't been to the town of Farmerville, go to the town of Farmerville and have a conversation with the folks in Union Parish about what they have done. They've come forward to us and said, we're going to put together resources because we want a campus in our town. They grabbed a hold of the issue and said, we want a campus in our town. And guess what? They're going to get a campus in their town, and they're likely going to do it because they came up with the resources on their own. They found a way to make this work, but they had to own it. I could not be more proud of the work that Randy Eskers, as Chancellor at Louisiana Delta, is doing with that community to stand up programs. It's not about big buildings. It's instead about solid programming where students can get the kind of education and skills that they need to advance. That needs to be happening in places like Caldwell. It needs to be happening in every one of the parishes, particularly the rural communities.
Thank you, Dr. Solomon.
Mr. Garland? Yes, sir. Along the lines of this discussion, I'd like to highlight something that Mr. Falk mentioned earlier today during the MFP hearing, which is that if, in our upcoming MFP proposal, we put more money into the Career Development Fund and the supplemental course allocation, then the rural districts will have more money to help pay for the mobile labs to come in and to pay for the tuition costs that the children have to pay in order to take the career and tech classes. So I would like to invite my colleagues to try and focus more on those two aspects of the MFP when we have the next discussion.
Mr. Garvey, I surely am glad you didn't ask me a question about the MFP. I thought that's what we were headed.
I appreciate your comments and also appreciate the advancements made in this proposal relative to career and technical education. I get the privilege of serving students every day connected to this, and it's definitely rewarding. And I've heard a rumor about dual enrollment tuition going up. Can you clarify that for me?
It's not a rumor, it's fact.
Okay,
So
what was it and what is it going to be?
So previously, we were negotiating individual relationships with secondary superintendents. What we found ourselves with was some circumstances where we were not charging, and history was kind of driving that. And we had other districts where we were charging full tuition. The reality is, if you look back over the last 15 years in the community and technical college world, in 2007, we were funded about 85% by the state of Louisiana, about 15% by tuition. That number flipped almost opposite direction with a reduction in state general fund and an increase in tuition. When we were at 85% funded by the state, we could handle dual enrollment and do dual enrollment on behalf of schools without a price. But when you take that state funding away and you require it in the form of tuition, we can't continue to just take hit after hit after hit financially, where we're teaching courses that are costing more than the course that we're teaching. So the proposal that the board approved at the June meeting this past year was that a course that is taught as dual enrollment, taught by a faculty member of the college, is at full tuition rate. still allowing the individual chancellor and the individual superintendent to negotiate a price point that the college has a flexibility of 10% of their total self-generated revenue to be able to use as scholarship or to waive a certain portion of the dollar. But we can no longer afford to give it away. No more than we could afford to give away education in prisons, which we had to do for a number of years. Our board acted to give that up as well. We have to have resources in order to be able to teach these classes. That's the reality. Our funding model shifted, and so we have to respond to it. The reality is we probably should have made that change 5 or 6 years ago, but we continue to pedal along trying to make this work on behalf of kids. We're at a place today where we feel like there are resources available for us to be able to do this together. Not trying to steal resources from anybody. We're simply trying to make sure that we have enough money to cover the cost of educating and skilling our students. What took place in this nation in the 1970s and 80s, late 70s through the early 80s around school accountability, drove us away from career and technical education. That is a reality. The infrastructure that we had in those times doesn't exist in the same way that it did before. And so the model that we're suggesting to you is one of partnership, where colleges and K-12 school districts work together to deliver the programming that we know is needed in the economy. So it is certainly not a direction of trying to increase prices on the school districts. It's trying to get to a point where there's commonality. If I'm a superintendent and I hear somebody's not paying for something that I'm having to pay for, I got a problem with that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Ms. Holmes?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your time and your leadership and your comments so far. I appreciate your passion. It sounds to me as what I've heard is you stand in endorsement of the current plan that's on the table. And I'm just curious if you can just maybe illustrate for us the cost of not approving it, like not approving the changes that would have impact on the body of work for which you are an expert. Can you share that with us?
I think from a career and technical education point of view, think about where we are in the year. We're in October. You know the cycle of planning that goes on. We are already in the midst right now thinking about what would we like to offer in the spring semester really quickly. But fall of 2023 is already on the radar. And these are programs that are not like a history class where you have a whiteboard and maybe some electronic capabilities. These are courses that require labs, they require faculty, they require equipment. We all know what supply chain looks like these days. The decision, I would urge you, is about career and technical education from our point of view. I would suggest to you that kids need to know now what they can expect 2 years from now from a career and technical education point of view. That's the sense of urgency that I see. But I also think that it has longer term implications. Let me tell you the profile of the student that we see. The average student in our community of technical colleges is 27, female, and at least one dependent. Most of them single. If you let that sink in for a second, that student left high school at 18 thereabout and had 10 years of life since leaving high school. This is the average student. That is one of the most costly 10 years of life to be found anywhere. The most costly is the last 10 because of healthcare reasons. But for that student, 10 years of children, low-paying jobs, missed opportunities, and for some incarceration, that's where the cost of Louisiana overruns our revenue base. We have to find a way to make sure that people have a skill to be able to make it through those 10 years. Imagine if they had a single skill. If they didn't come back to us for 10 years, but they had a skill to be able to make 15 bucks an hour rather than 8 bucks an hour. That is life-changing. Those are the kinds of opportunities that I hope we can provide for young people so that before they leave high school, they know I am college material. Because we've heard far too often, college isn't for me. Thank you.
Ms. Bishop?
Well, one of my questions, I think Dr. Wilkie, alluded to, and you got two, Dr. Sullivan, in terms of the funding of this. I know that we have, and many of us have gone heavily into the career and tech areas. I know that you and I have had many discussions about that before, and I know you're involved with what we do with our community college as well. But the funding on that, which is coming down from LCTCS now, is at least triple the cost. Because now we're talking about paying full tuition and fees, which I think we need to have a little negotiation with in terms of what these expectations are, because we're going from anywhere from $150 a course to, if it is, say, a welding or something, to $1,000 a course. Some are going to be 10 times as much as what we paid for a single course, others 3 times as much. So if we're talking about moving in this direction more heavily, which I think is the right thing to do, then the funding aspect of that is critical, not just through the MFP, but we're going to have to get legislative support to do this if we're going to be paying full tuition fees at these at community or at colleges. I know that I'm a relatively medium-sized school district at this point. We just wrote a check for $340,000 just for the first semester for the kids we have right now, and that's going to double even during the second semester. So we cannot afford this unless the funding significantly increases. That's all that I wanted to ask you too, what about our kids? Because I don't see on these pathways, our kids with significant disabilities, and nowhere in the proposal do I see the April Gun kids, or kids who cannot, who are not able to pass these written assessments, but are maybe working a little bit above the significantly disabled kids. What programs or pathways are you anticipating working with us to put in for those 2 levels of kids that we could incorporate into these pathways? Because this is, while people may say, oh, we only talk to 3% of the kids, or 4% or 2, or whatever the percentage is, these are real human beings and members of our society and our schools. So we are involved with that planning because we keep having discussions about it with our community college partners, and we're getting nowhere.
Okay. Let me first say, as a grandparent of a 2-year-old with his own genetic challenges, I understand and appreciate your question. And it is I think, a much broader discussion in terms of how we serve that population. We have a couple of different programs at our colleges, at Baton Rouge Community College as an example, a program that is aimed at the autism population, that folks that once they reach a certain age, 18 in this case, being able to train in a vocational space. That is part of the background that I think our colleges bring to bear. But let me be clear, this has not been our historical focus. We're going to have to adjust, just as I know you have to adjust in order to be able to serve that population. We're committed to it. We're committed to serving that group. If there's an issue specifically at Nunez, I'm glad to come down and sit down with you guys and talk through whatever resources we can bring to bear to make sure the population is served. But I don't think this school accountability discussion should be held up as a result of not having a game plan for that 3%. But I do believe we need to commit to putting together a plan that works for that population. It will look different, no question. It may be located in different locations around the state. But I do think there's a way for us to come together with a solution.
And maybe this is a question for the department, but in terms of mixing and matching these dual enrollment classes, because you're talking, the example that you talked about is maybe a student who's going to go to a 4-year university and is going to be an engineer or an architect.
Sure.
And in his dual enrollment, as he's working toward either the top university or one of the Jumpstart pathways, and I don't know, this particular proposal, say you're getting 12 dual enrollment credits, are we looking at, when we say TOPS align only for TOPS University kids and Career Tech only for the Jumpstart kids, or are we looking at it holistically and saying, well, this child who might be going to a 4-year university might be taking 6 hours of a general ed dual enrollment, and wants to take the drafting or some other designated course and mix those 2 together for their 12 hours of dual enrollment. Maybe that's a department question.
Happy to take it. It will be mix and match. We value career exploration, college exploration. So it's 12 credits could come from either of those paths, regardless of which path the student is on. We know that students change their pathways. And potentially a student taking a dual enrollment, university aligned course might determine at the end of that, even though they passed it, that's not the path they want to go on and change. So we don't want to have that be a lost opportunity. The school did the right thing, they gave them the opportunity, the student explored, decided they wanted to change paths. So it could be either pathway. The top university designation is the way of defining the list of courses that are eligible, not the student's pathway. Does that help?
So they could mix
Mix and
Maybe
match.
Career Tech and top
Yes, ma'am.
universities to get the either the 9 and the 12, or whatever it is that we're looking at in this particular.
That's correct.
Question for Mr. Lambert and a couple of questions for Dr. Sullivan as well. Mr. Lambert, to the negotiated comment, I read something in the current proposal referencing the department's commitment to developing CTE career pathways for able-done students or students with disabilities. Is that correct, or can you elaborate or correct me?
The policy does require the department to include credentials at each of the levels for students with significant cognitive disabilities.
And not equal them.
It does not specifically articulate April done.
Do we have a problem adding that?
I think that the group of special educators that we have been working with have not settled on that fundamental question yet. And I would defer to a member of that group who happens to be on the board that's been engaged in those conversations.
So up until our last meeting on Monday afternoon, our focus had been on students who take Leap Connect and highlighting exposure to quality programming across the credential levels and figuring out ways in which we were allowing those students exposure to credential pathways, but offering them also alternatives to earning points in the accountability system if they could not pass the credentialing test. And on Monday afternoon, we began our discussion surrounding April Dunn students, but we just started touching on it, and it would be really premature right now for me to say that we had determined exactly how we wanted to propose that would work.
Mr. Morris, to your question, I actually think that the way that it's written, you could include that and would not be concerning, because it says appropriate to, and that is open to interpretation. So you could say, if that group does determine that it is not appropriate to change those expectations for that group of students, and then it is appropriate for that student to earn an advanced industry-based credential just like every other student, and that is the determination, then that would work. So you could add, including April Dunn eligible students to that.
Okay, so that's an add. If we could,
I would not have concerns.
got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Dr. Sullivan, really appreciate your comments today. Thank you so much for your time and your expert testimony. Particularly appreciated that 10-year gap that you referred to and the significant time lag there and the cost to individuals, the cost to families, the cost to the state. So, I have two questions for you. First one, do you have any recommendations in addition to the proposal that's on the table right now?
Certainly think that there are other areas in career and technical education where we can continue to progress. But I think let's do this well, is kind of where I would be at this point. There are probably some examples of career technical education around things like technical academies and the like that might be valuable in thinking about this model. But I don't think we're there yet as a state. We don't have that infrastructure in place quite yet. So those would be some of the, one of the examples. But in terms of where we are as a state, I think the items that we're proposing, there's a lot of work to be done here. There's certainly some work around, as Superintendent Boucher just mentioned, special populations. There's some work around rural. There's lots that we need to get right with the current proposal before we continue to push much more deeply. But I do think those technical academies will become critically important, especially in the rural communities. I want you to imagine a technical academy that might offer multiple credentials that could be fed by multiple school districts. in a location that we could all see as a post-secondary and secondary institution that advanced this effort in a part of the state maybe that hasn't seen that kind of advancement before. So I think about my own part of the world in Northeast Louisiana. What would it look like to have one institution or one hospital that is feeding or being fed by multiple districts to be able to advance career technical education? I think that's probably ultimately a space that I see us going in, but we're not there yet.
So there's opportunity for tweaking.
It would be.
Do you see anything in the proposals on the table that would not be good for Louisiana students?
You know, I can't say that I would necessarily, I can't say that I understand fully the academic portion, okay? I'll be frank with you. But on the career and technical education side, this is an advancement that is well worth the struggle and the discussion and the tough decision. The items that we see under career and technical education, in my view, are worth this discussion. Or I gotta be honest with you, I wouldn't have waded into this discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I care about career and technical education, and it brings me so much joy to be able to improve kids' lives with it every day. A struggle that I have is for kids to be pushed into it, because while I know that model exists in some countries, I don't know that that's where we are as a state. I haven't had my constituents come and say, Holly, too many kids are going to college, we need to be sure that you push them in career and technical education. And my read of this, the academics, this, is that it's going to fall on a group of people in our state, specifically our high school counselors, who already bear an incredible responsibility in our state, that it's going to fall on them, and they're going to be pressured to push kids down a path that maybe kids and families don't want. And so I'm not sure how to solve for that, because I don't think it's an easy thing, and I think it's a lot bigger than accountability. I think it's connected to the conversations that you're talking about, for the changes that happened in the 70s and 80s, and I would say even 90s, because when I look back at my high school, in terms of what was going on there, there was a decline. I think it's come back up. I think some things that we've done with Jumpstart have helped to make it better. But I struggle because I think we would have educators in a position to push kids down a path. And I don't know that we're there as a state to do that. So I'm curious if you've given that any thought,
Sure.
And what insight you might have on that particular aspect of it.
So I would point us back to one of the more recent sort of chapters, if you will, around
Go closer to the mic.
the alternative education kind of path. And I think all of you recall what an alternative hospital looked like. And it did, in some instances, become less than what we had hoped it would become. We had hoped it would become more about training. It became probably more so about a place for kids to go to make sure that we were dealing with discipline challenges. That's unfortunate. But I think we have another shot at this. The challenge, go back to data. Gallup, the organization that asked the same question over and over again of the same population to see how our nation's mindset changes. What Gallup tells us is that a person who is educated at a bachelor's degree level or higher is almost twice as likely to send their child to a career technical education training program than a person with no education. Because the person with no education really doesn't have the context of what post-secondary education looks like. So we have a population in the state of 1.1 million working age adults with a high school diploma or less who have the idea that if their kid doesn't go off to a university, they're not getting an education. What we're trying to propose is a system that allows for both. I totally agree with you on the counselors. That's a tough job. That's one that I'm not sure I could do. I have a great deal of respect for school counselors. I don't see this proposal as being one that should put additional burden on school counselors. Let's make sure to highlight that there are gazelles, if you will. Gazelles meaning those folks that outrun others, right? In career technical education. We have them every year. We have them graduating from Nunez Community College is a good example. Students completing programs in industrial maintenance, going out and making a good living. Let's make sure to reward that, not lower the bar in career technical education. So I can't say that I can spell out for you exactly what the answer is. but I do believe that we need to make sure students have opportunities other than college or finish a high school diploma.
Mr. Garber, and then Mr. Castello. Yes. I was hoping you can clarify something for me. I've heard the argument that we should defer on this and let, because there's elections coming up next year, and let a new Bessie address this issue, and that waiting 1 year is not that big of a deal. And a response I had to that was that it's not just 1 year. It's at least 2 years, because the new Bessie would probably take the same amount of time that it took us to get to this point where we are today, which is 12 months. Some people would say it was even longer than that. But you mentioned something that really disturbed me, and I want to see if you can verify it, that I'm hearing this right. You said it would take you basically an additional 12 months to respond properly to any new demand that Bessie created if they pass something 2 years from now. So that really makes it 3 years. With, what do we have, roughly 50,000 students per year graduating, and over 3 years, that'd be 150,000 students. And if you're looking at minorities in particular, half of the minorities are, I mean, half of our students are minorities. That's 75,000 students that would lose out on this kind of an opportunity. It's very disturbing. And can you verify I'm hearing you correctly?
So there is a good bit of work to be done on the data side to identify what credentials in the third item that we talked about. There is data work to be done, but that is data work that's done by agencies that do this work already. Now it's a matter of identifying the credentials that would make sense in the K-12 environment. So I do think that that is part of the work, but individual colleges working with individual high schools takes time to plan out what program. Especially you mentioned a few minutes ago a really important factor, and that is funding. What can we afford to offer? And perhaps, maybe you can't do as much welding as you would like to do, as much as you've done in the past. Maybe it's a different content area. I think those are some of the decisions that we need to focus on. But I don't, get into the election issue. Those are the politics that belong to this board, right? I will tell you this. Every single day, I think there are thousands of educators across this state that get up out of the bed, put their feet on the floor, and take off running to work to educate and teach students. They're not thinking about postponing a decision because of politics.
I understand. Ms. Jones, I think you had some comments on this topic too. Did you want to add anything, or did you have something else? No. Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Chairman. I do want to follow up on Mr. Garvey's question first, or comments, and that is as it relates to deferral. So we've got superintendents in the audience who are asking us to defer the decision until December, not until the next Bessie. If we were to defer voting on this item until December, as opposed to a year from now or 2 years, does that impact your planning process? Because this is October, we're talking about 60 days from now. How does that impact your planning?
Certainly would impact the spring semester, but probably for the fall term, we have to sprint to get there. We probably could get it done. But I do think it's important that everybody understand what that credential list looks like, that we communicate well. So every pause means that we have less time for planning and implementation, which likely means a lesser implementation. So that's kind of the way I see it.
Sure, and you touched on in your remarks in response to Mr. Garvey's question about funding again, which Borche brought up earlier. So there's kind of a fiscal note to all of this, and that is so we get everything that we want, because I love the idea. I think it creates opportunities for kids. Can we pay for it? And can the districts pay for it? So if you got what you wanted, which is what many of us think that's in the best interest of the state, can we afford it? Because it sounds like what ends up happening is if we get that, we've got to pay your system a bunch of money, the districts, but where is that money going to come from? Can you help us a little bit more with understanding how we can afford it?
So different districts are using different sources of funding to pay for dual enrollment. And to Ms. Boucher's point a few minutes ago, we have a couple of colleges that started as the 13th grade of a school district. St. Bernard Parish as an example, Bossier Parish Community College as an example. So when the school districts began the college, there was a relationship of dual enrollment there that was at no cost. But remember, that was at a time when the funding structure was very different than it is now. So yes, there are increases in the cost, there's no question about that. But remember, what we have done is we've given the colleges flexibility to negotiate up to a certain dollar value, right? So that we're not killing relationships, we're not staying hard and fast, it must be this number. Instead, we're trying to give flexibility at the local level so that there are funds to be able to cover costs for things like materials in a welding lab or food in a culinary setting. So, where does the money come from? I think we have to sit down at the table and talk through the details of how do we pay for this. But at this point, we're likely not even to have a conversation if CTE doesn't have the billing that it has in this current proposal.
So can you elaborate on the 13th grade concept a little bit more for those who don't quite
It is,
understand?
13th grade is essentially a concept that was developed in probably the 60s. It became fairly prevalent in the 60s and 70s, where a 13th grade was added, and in the case of St. Bernard Parish,
I just want to know if you're advocating for a merger of the LCTS system and vesting.
No, the 13th and 14th grade, the two systems in the state of Louisiana were granted that. That was back in the 60s or 70s, because it was two very, I'm just going to say it, powerful political figures there. And Bossier Community College came up with St. Bernard Community College. Those were the two systems. They were 13th, 14th grade. They were under the actual K-12 school systems. They were not under any type of a college governance. And then those splits began to occur. So they, doesn't exist anymore in that way. They're not, they used to be funded out of the MFP back in those days. Those were prior to community colleges, which became 13th, 14th grades. And all of their students were under MFP funding. So it's not happening this way now.
I understand some states are doing that currently with the 13th grade. So how does that help from a funding at the K-12 level from a funding perspective? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Or does it?
I'm not sure. So you're asking me, how does a 13th and 14th grade help K-12 from a funding point of view?
Yeah, if we adopted such a model as you referenced.
I'm not sure. I would need someone who kind of understands the finances of
Depends
K-12
on the
better.
system under which they're funded and what types of funding. If you're going to be funded under more of the college system, whatever exists in that state, there's one point of funding. If you're coming under the K-12, there's another. So the governance structure, I think, depends upon the type of funding you get under which formula you're in that state.
Thank you.
Dr. Davis?
Yep, I just taught a class in policy implementation, and so we definitely, if this goes forward, want you to have the proper time to be able to implement it so that we know that it can be successful, because one of the #1 reasons programs fail is because of a lack of proper implementation. But I do want to point out that this doesn't go into effect until the 2025 school year, so even if we did delay until December, I feel like you would have adequate planning time. But I have a question for you. We have a growing English as a second language learner population in the state. In Jefferson Parish, I think it's 20% of their students. I think it's around maybe 12-15% here in East Baton Rouge Parish. And it takes 5 years to gain fluency for a child once they arrive in our state. So does the career and technical, do these campuses have any of these courses that are available in alternative languages for those children?
So we do in those places, particularly Delgado, given the growth that you've seen in Jefferson Parish. In fact, the campus there near the Saints Training Facility, the Blair campus of Delgado, is probably the majority Hispanic campus. It's probably the only majority Hispanic campus in the state. So we've certainly seen a growth there. We've also seen a growth in our ESL programs there. And we've also seen growth in our ability to be able to deliver those programs in their native language. So hiring faculty, for instance, who are fluent in both languages has been important to us. We also provide the English as a second language training through our adult basic education responsibilities. Our Work Ready Youth programs provide that citizenship as well as ESL training. So we do have some skill sets in those areas, and I understand it will be important in this effort as we go forward.
That makes me really happy, thank you.
Very good.
Can I just follow up on that?
Ms. Botte?
Okay, the ELL that we're talking about, and we're in the metro New Orleans area, in my particular district, and it's very challenging for the K-12 school system as well as the community college programs. And I guess trying to tie it into this particular indicator is what we're trying to do, but many of those students who are coming in as teenagers, their focus is to get a job, and they're enrolled in high-set programs, and the community colleges wait. When I say, there are no requirements, in other words, you don't need that high school diploma to take these career and tech courses in the community colleges. So for the good of the students, when we're enrolling many of these EL students in high school, there's no way they're getting a high school diploma. Because if they're coming in at the age of 15 or 16, they intend to spend 4 years in a high school program, they want training for a job and they want to get out into the workforce. And I've talked about this before, and I don't see it anywhere in this index, that we really need, and that number is increasing, we've got to be able to find an indicator that encourages high schools and community colleges to work together to take those kids, get them their high set in their work experience through the CTE concurrently. Because we're doing that now, and this proposal gives them a 0. Okay, absolutely no credit, a 0, because they won't get a high school diploma. I don't see anything in here for high set at all. And while we're servicing them in the K-12, working toward their high set and trying to, we have ours going to Nunez, taking CTE programs. For us to continue that, we have absolutely 0 credit for it in this. In fact, there is 0. That's one thing we really need to look at. Those programs exist right now.
I think that's a great point, and one that we have for some time by eliminating the high school diploma as a requirement to get into our colleges. We felt like we had a really tough decision to make because there's 600,000 adults in this state who don't have a high school diploma. Where do you tell them to go? And historically, we have done education sequentially. You have to finish a high school diploma before you can do post-secondary. The reality is there was not a shred of evidence that said that a student who didn't finish a high school diploma couldn't do post-secondary work. So we did open the door for those students. We want them to finish a high school diploma, just as you've said. So let's incentivize that. I would have no problem working with you to the question earlier about what additional changes we might make. There's a great example.
And there should be a pathway in this indicator for those students.
Ms. Holloway?
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Estelle, with your expertise and being here with us. We know that we want to get this right, and the details in this is as important. Funding is one of those items, and we know that the tuition across the board in the state that our districts are responsible for. Can you tell me if there's a consistency with funding? I'm sorry, with the tuition that districts have to pay?
So historically, there has not been consistency. That is the reality. What we have tried to do is to create consistency. And probably 6 years ago, we engaged in a conversation about a common price point. We reached agreement, and then that agreement was not held to. So we've been down this path multiple times, and so we finally reached the point where we just had to step back and say, let's establish full tuition as the price point and give individual chancellors flexibility with a % of their total revenue that they can scholarship. That allows you to be able to figure out the welding circumstance that Ms. Botte just mentioned a few minutes ago. But it allows you to negotiate at a local level, not a 0 pay to 100% pay range, but maybe a 10 to 15% variance, depending upon what courses are being offered and the cost of those courses. So just trying to narrow the gap more than anything else. And remember this, the more students that we're able to serve, the more you pay, the more students we're able to serve. It's not that the dollars are going into a rat hole somewhere, it's that we're able to extend this to more students, which is the goal for all of us, because this accountability metric is not really just about schools, it's about kids.
Mr. Morrison and Mr. Castillo. Dr. Sullivan, you mentioned in your earlier comments about the culture change over time and how the pendulum is swinging back, right, from the obviously pathway more towards the next pathway. And Dr. Volpe also mentioned in her comments, some concerns in that area, forcing kids one way or the other. We know there's some really good success stories out there for students who have chosen the Jumpstart pathway that really found their passion, found a successful career, and so forth. You also spoke earlier about building relationships with high school principals and administrators, and we see a lot of value in that. Can you give any consideration to that conversation with regard to addressing the stigma associated with that goes next pathway? How do you think you better communicate that message to parents, to students across the state?
Career technical education in particular, I'll go back to the reference that Ms. Roche made a few minutes ago about the 13th and 14th grade. Those facilities were largely viewed as hospitals with ashtrays, and that's kind of a crass term, but that's the reality. That's how they were viewed. So when you fast forward and think about what community college is today, there's an entire movement out there, a group of students who just said, you know what, y'all can claim stigma all you want. We're earning the big bucks, and we're earning the bucks because we got the skills down at the local community college. If you're not familiar with the hashtag CCSmart, go take a look at it on any one of the social media platforms out there. It is students telling stories of, yes, I saved significant dollars by going to a two-year college. Yes, I graduated early. Yes, I went to work, and I'm making a great living. And many of them go on to say, and by the way, I went on to finish the bachelor's degree. And by the way, I went on to finish the master's degree. So there is certainly a stigma there. But remember what I said to you earlier about the Gallup data. The Gallup data says to us that the less educated the parent, the more likely they are to see the stigma. The more educated the parent, the less likely they are to see the stigma. Most of the time because they've written a check to an AC company, or to a plumbing company, or to an electrical company. You get the point.
But how can we, some kind of your teams work with high schools, right, and parents, right, to appreciate everything you just said? Is there a way that we can do that across the state, some sort of outreach, some sort of program, where we can raise awareness and to those opportunities and the value of those opportunities?
Yes, without a doubt. I think you've seen this play out in a couple of different forms. It probably didn't have the statewide impact that we all would have wanted it to, but I'm thinking particularly in the river region a couple of years ago with a really forward-thinking effort to help kids understand that jobs come in lots of different forms, careers come in lots of different forms. Oftentimes in my own education, I can tell you, I was limited to education because that's the people that I knew. The people with a bachelor's degree in my little hometown were teachers. That's why I'm an educator today. I didn't know an engineer or an architect or go down the list of all the other occupations. So exposure is a big deal. We certainly would be committed to helping superintendents, principals, administrators, counselors, and others to be able to deliver that message jointly.
Mr. Castillo, I believe I cut this on way.
Sure, well, that's great, actually, because I will follow up to her question, so
Okay,
you go.
we'll give you more time to think. Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. I wanted to follow up on this, and so what I'm understanding, if I'm correct, that we don't have all those details in place financially, funding, our tuitions, et cetera, and are all regions on board with, I guess, requiring or asking for the same tuition and within that percentage point. And, yeah, go ahead.
The tuition policy that we have is in place, and that is effective fall of 23. The tuition price point will be a level price point that is the same for a student who walks in off the street as it is for a dual enrollment student, unless that student is being taught by a faculty member who's employed by the school district. In that instance, it's $35 a credit hour. So it is I think, a very reasonable approach. But even at the full freight, our chancellors are allowed to be able to buy down that price point in negotiations with the local superintendent and principal, because that's what we want to forge relationships. That's what we're trying to encourage. We couldn't go from 0 pay to 100 pay variance, but we certainly could be willing to go 10, 15, 20% variance depending upon the local relationship. You know, for instance, who's covering the cost of travel? Those are some of the bigger issues, and when a given school district's covering that cost, they ought to have some consideration financially for being able to cover those costs.
Thank you. I think you answered partially of that about negotiating partnering, because the concern is, and as a former district worker, is that where do you get the money? Or where will the district get the money to be able to break that cost? And as much as we love career tech and want more kids in this program, and having the credentials, is how will this be funded and moving forward with this particular type of proposal?
You know, I very much appreciate the question and the comment. I will say this, I have enough respect for our superintendents and our principals that I'm not in the business of telling them how to spend their money. They know more about their budgets than we know. But I can tell you this, we need more kids finishing high school with career technical education. So I think the model that is put forward, are there questions around it? Absolutely. How do we pay for it? Yes, that's a big part of it. But directionally, I think we're headed in the right direction.
I'll also offer that the MFP formula does include an adder for CTE aligned coursework. For every time that the student is in the CTE aligned course, it generates additional funds in the MFP through the CTE adder, and high quality CTE that fall into a very specific set of paths called CDF also generate additional funds.
Is it geared or gauged to all children that could qualify?
It's funded based off of the course that the student's enrolled in. So if the student's enrolled in a course that is indicated to be a CTE course or a career development fund course, both of those generate additional funds for the school system to use toward career and technical education.
Mr. Castillo.
Dr. Sullivan, I think you might have touched on what I was going to ask about, and that is, I think what you're saying is that we don't have the answer to the funding question now. That there might be some funding opportunities that exist, but first we need to approve the opportunities. Some school districts will decide they can't take it on all at once, and those superintendents will say, we can only do half of what's being offered, or a third, or 75%, or 10%. But the superintendents would have that ability to have some control over it based on their budget, at least until there is funding available. In other words, superintendents, districts aren't going to take on everything in terms of course offerings if there isn't a financial capacity to pay for it.
Mr. Castillo, if I could add just briefly, the students generate $480 in MFP for CTE weight. So that is already part of the process that funding is generated on CTE. And I think what I heard from Mr. Garvey earlier is conversation around when MFP considerations happen in the spring, would we want to consider adding additional funding to that is provided for legislature? And in terms of funding, I'm happy to get Encino, Bradford, stuff.
So that 400 plus, what does that cover? It's a good data point. Help me understand a little bit in terms of what we're being considered. What does that cover in terms of cost? Does it cover it all?
I'm not sure what the exact price points are for different institutions. Mr. Bradford can talk about the way in which that funding is generated. Of course, Dr. Sullivan can talk about cost of these institutions.
Good afternoon, Ken Bradford, the Chief Operating Officer. Yeah, so relative to the funding, so as part of the MFP, there's two weights in there for a CTE course. There's 6% weights, so they come up to approximately $240 each of the weights. So if I'm a high school student and I take pipe fitting, I generate $240 additional of CTE, and then I Then I also, because pipe fitting is aligned to a high wage, high demand job set, I generate an additional $240. You as a board, that first set of dollars, that's just general CTE. You can use that anything relative to CTE. The second set of dollars, the Career Development Fund, in your MFP resolution last year, you added that not only could I use that to buy course materials and supplies, but I could also use that to pay towards the tuition costs. So that student in a high school setting, if they're at a New Orleans school and they're going over to Delgado and they're taking welding or millwright or pipe fitting, that course code generates, above and beyond the regular MFP, almost $480. The intent of those dollars is to offset additional costs. And those dollars can follow over to LCTC to pay for the tuition. I would also add that while we're talking about the funding sources, we're talking, I've heard MFP here today, but also we should just be clear that there's Perkins funding to the tune of $10 million that comes into the state that can be leveraged to pay for technical courses. TOPS Tech Early Start can be leveraged to pay towards technical courses. The supplemental course allocation, which is over $20 million, that can be leveraged to pay for technical courses as well. So there's a variety of funding sources that can be used.
Mr. Gardner.
Yeah, Mr. Bradley, correct me if I'm wrong, the extra money for CTE is not just, it's not per student, it's per course. So if a student takes 2 courses, they get that money twice?
Yes, sir. So it's based on it's based on the total number of Carnegie units earned. So if I took in the afternoon, if I went to Delgado and I'm on, like, let's just say a block schedule and I'm earning 2 units for millwright over there in the afternoon, I'm generating the $480 twice. So I generate the $960 for the student to take that course.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Busher.
Just for the funding, bottom line is, it's not sufficient, it doesn't cover. The real life example I have, and I know it generates, and Ken tried it generates some money in the CDF, for the MFP, and then we have the supplemental course allocation. We can use some Perkins funds if the kid qualifies for TOPS Tech or early TOPS Tech or whatever. There's funding. Well, I just went through with my district, and I wish I brought the paper. I used to be able to keep all these numbers in my head very easily, but not quite as much anymore. But like I said, I have exhausted in the first semester for my district all of those funds. If I didn't have, I had applied for a Reimagine grant last year and got it to help implement some of these things. And I'm going to draw on that for the second semester. So I had, at my high school, and I'll just draw up the number, 326 kids who took dual enrollment classes this fall. And every penny of the CDF, the Perkins, and the school SCA funds, I'm done with. I'm finished. I'm using them all. And I'm saving, well, I'm into the Reimagine pot now. As this increases, for example, next year, well, I've got that pot of money for 2 years, but the year after that, then if this doesn't come through where additional funds are going to be allocated, then the districts around the state are not going to be able to do this to the extent we want to do it. I think this is a great thing. I think we have to get more into this, but I think people have to realize, not only around this town here, when we talk about the MFP, but at the legislature, if we're going to be funding this, we've got to recognize what the actual costs of these things are going to be and fund it appropriately. And the risk of saying the same thing 6 times, I've exhausted in the first semester what would be all of my allocation in those sources. And because we're trying to give these kids more and more of these types of opportunities.
I know there's more comments from the board. Board members do want to point out we have quite a number of comment cards. This is the first item in this committee, so I'm not trying to rush anyone by any means, but
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have a board across town that we're doing a retreat for, so if there are no further questions for me, I would like to be able to get back to the board if you guys are comfortable.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Mr. Mallory, are we going to continue to ask Thomas some of these questions, or wait till after public comment? You want us to do that in the next?
Mr. Lambert, do you have a preference?
It doesn't matter to me,
I'm hearing for some board members that they would like to bring lunch. I would like to get to a point where we are at an actual stopping point. If there are any comments, any additional comments, and then I think we would need a motion to take a break.
So moved.
Dr. Murphy, is there a second? Mr. Garvey, is there any opposition?
Can we make it a short lunch?
Yeah. It is 12:40, let's come back. You're still on item number 5.3. I think we were done with board discussion. Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a substitute motion to the one that's pending now. I'd like to move that, as it relates to this item, we table the item and call a special meeting to address this topic on November 10th at 9 a.m. To give us as much time as we need to discuss the matter and to have additional discussions between now and then.
Ms. Orange-Jones, is that a second? There's a substitute motion on the table. Mr. Garvey, you got a second? Ms. Orange-Jones, there a second. Is there any comment from the board on the substitute motion? Mr. Garvey?
Yeah, would we be reopening every aspect of this proposal in the meantime, or can we limit the issues that we would be looking to possibly amend and tweak? I'm hearing that we're very, very close, very, very close, very, very close. If we are, then I would think we would be able to limit the items that we're going to maybe tweak to 2 or 3 or 4 items. Is that possible, Mr. Castillo?
So, while I like your thinking, it would probably take us an hour and a half to figure out how to limit those items to have a special meeting. So, I like the thought process, but I'm not sure that we're capable of doing that, given the number of topics that we need to cover.
Well, how about if, instead of limiting, we list 4 issues, and don't limit it to only those 4, but list 4 that we think we need to focus on. Can you name 4 that are, on top of your mind without limiting yourself to only those 4 over the next 3 weeks?
I could, I'm not sure we'll have value, because, for example, I will say, including but not limited to, as we say.
Exactly.
So that, and including but not limited to would be items like growth, CTE, how do we fund it? It would include items that others may want to add to, but those are 2 in particular. Special education, how do we evaluate and these standards as it relates to those with special needs. Those are 3 or 4 off the top of my head that I can think about. But as Mr. Morris reaches for the microphone, he's going to add 4 or 5.
Well, let's capture those 4 and see if they want to add others.
I would, again, say I wonder if there's value in doing it. If we're going to have a list of 10, that I understand the spirit of the question, Mr. Garvey, except that I'm just a little bit concerned that by the time we finish developing a list, we won't have much meeting.
Mr. Mellon, how many public comment cards do we have?
Up front. I haven't counted, but there are a lot. And by just while we're on that, Mr. Morris, we're not limiting or saying to anyone that submitted a public comment card, you're not allowed to talk, by all means, I will go through and we will sit here as long as we need to make sure that everybody that submitted a public comment card is heard.
Yeah, I would like to hear the comment cards in prep for the next meeting.
Agreed. I second Ms. Holloway's thoughts. If we're going to hear the public comment cards anyway, why shouldn't we make our list from that? And just part of the procedure. Just the thought.
I'm supportive of that plan, and I would just say, I like the idea of some focus, not that that doesn't mean other things may come on the list, but again, I think it sort of pushes us to get to a point of clarity, and I like the idea of having a special meeting as opposed to just kicking the can to the next spending meeting, right, which helps us sort of have some urgency since we are so close. So I think it's a great third way compromise. Thank you, Mr. Castillo.
Mr., would you like to, 2 minutes and 3 minutes instead of 5? I'm just suggesting.
Is there a motion from somebody on this board to change the allotted time? We don't
You
need
can
one?
make
Okay.
that. You can make that.
Sure, why don't we limit everyone to 2 minutes? All right, is there any other discussion before we get to public comment? I'm going to go to first, there are 4 comment cards that did not wish to speak. Mr. Paxton Tedley, Christy Boyd, Christy Fine. All 3 of those individuals opposed the recommendation and did not wish to speak. And then Mr. Terrence Lockett supported the recommendation but did not wish to speak. I'm going to try to call out 4 at a time. I'm going to call your name if you can, please come down. Danny Garrett, Patrick Jenkins, Daniel First Farmer, and Melissa Ellinger. Ms. Jasmine Brown just submitted a card and indicated she did not wish to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Betsy members and Dr. Bromley. My name is Patrick Jenkins, President of the Louisiana Association of School Superintendents. And I would like to begin, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. You know, when I was in the military, there was something that said we don't work to time, we work to the standard. And I hope that whatever that standard is, that time is not one of those things that we become prohibited. I would like to begin with 2 quotes, the first of which is from the Maasai tribe in Africa, whose greeting to each other is concerning Injara, and it simply means, how are the children? So I want to ask that question again, how are the children? In all the decisions centered around accountability, no one has asked about the children. How are the children? Over the past 2 years, our children have endured hurricanes, ice storm, COVID, and its effects which have created or have impacted schools via school closures, high rates of school violence or misbehavior, isolation, post-traumatic stress syndrome, physical, mental, and sexual abuse. They have lost academic ground because they have not had internet access and or computers, lack of face-to-face instruction, which resulted in high rates of absenteeism or truancy. These are real things that when we look at data, that data does not reflect those things that have happened over the last 2 years. The pandemic and all of the natural disasters that we've had have had devastating impacts on learning, but we want to change accountability now. Why? Because we have too many A or B high schools. Is that the reason why? While I and all the superintendents believe and support accountability, shouldn't the focus be on the children and adults who educate them? We have so many great educators in the state of Louisiana, and many of them have left the classroom, unfortunately, like never before. We have had an unprecedented educator exodus and shortage in the state of Louisiana and throughout the country. And in spite of all the challenges that we've had in education, our children, our teachers, our support staff, our administrators, they've persevered and they've delivered for us. They should be celebrated for their successes. Quote number 2 comes from Luke 14:28. It reads as follows. It says, "For which of you desiring to build a tower does not first sit down and count the cost, whether he has enough to complete it?" As we build this plane as we're flying, called accountability, have we counted the cost? Have we completed simulations on the changes that were made last week, last month, or even last night? There's a cost. It will cost our children. It will cost our schools. It will have an economic impact and cost our communities. I will leave you with an excerpt from Mary McFarland's.
Mr. Jenkins?
Yes.
Tom, thank you. If you can wrap it.
I thought I had 5 minutes.
We have limited everyone to 2 minutes for purposes of this meeting.
2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Daniel Erspalmer, CEO of the Pelican Institute for Public Policy. As many of you know, the Pelican Institute's mission revolves around ensuring every Louisianan has the opportunity to flourish. And we all know, we all wouldn't be here if we didn't believe that education was a critical component of human flourishing here in the state. I want to thank the board and for so many members for 2 years, as Dr. Brumley noted, of open conversation, open forums, meetings, feedback, revisions. This has been an incredibly inclusive process that has involved a lot of deliberation, and it should for such an important issue, but I want to commend the board for that. This has been incredibly long, incredibly detailed process of feedback. And what we've led to is this, and here we are, a proposal in front of the board that does some very important things. It raises expectations. It clarifies and makes more transparent performance for all stakeholders, for kids, for parents, for taxpayers. We believe that we are in support, we're in support of this program, not because it's perfect, but because we believe it is substantially better than what exists now. And with respect to the gentleman who spoke before, this has all been about the kids. All of it, and it must be. And in fact, the reason to do this now is not because of grades or anything else. It's because our kids are not succeeding. We saw the data in the initial presentation. Those disconnected kids, that's why we have to do this. And it's time to raise those standards, and we stand in full support of the proposal that's in front of you, again, after more than 2 years of deliberation and conversation about this. I will close in my last few seconds by noting delay means, and you heard it from everyone today, that means it's that much longer before standards can be aligned. It's that much longer before our teachers and staff can be prepared to implement, and so we encourage you to move swiftly to approve. Thank you for your time.
Again, Danny Garrett, Melissa Ellinger, Mr. Gordon Ford, Barry Irwin, Joe Murphy.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Melissa Ellinger, and I'm a co-founder and an executive at Youth Force NOLA, which is the CTE intermediary in New Orleans. For those of you not familiar with Youth Force, we partner with 90% of Orleans high schools, numerous technical training and higher education partners, and over 200 employers, all with an eye toward making quality career technical education available for New Orleans public students. Youth Force strongly supports and urges Bessie to adopt the proposed changes to the high school accountability system. These changes reflect the need for our high schools to better prepare our students for life after high school. Too many of our graduates are neither prepared for work nor post-secondary education. We believe these changes will incentivize schools and districts to invest the resources to provide all students, including students on both the TOPS University and Jumpstart diploma pathways, provide them the needed opportunities for career exploration, work-based learning, and stronger technical training. This proposal will give school systems the time needed to implement these changes in order to enhance and expand their current offerings aligned to higher standards. If the proposed modifications are approved, Youth Force is committed to work with the department and our local New Orleans partners to implement with quality. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Gordon Ford, Executive Director of Lincoln Preparatory School. I fully support the work of the department in recognizing the work of schools in growing students and encouraging greater post-secondary readiness for our students. The recommendations being considered today are good for students. So while our system would not be perfect, I support the recommendations before you today because I don't want perfection to be the enemy of progress. I also do think, as many folks have pointed out and will, that we still need more discussion around improving the system. And there are several areas that still need work. And so I also urge Bessie to continue their work towards a better accountability system. There is, however, one thing in today's proposal that I would urge you to address, and I've talked about this before. But on October 24th, the Board of Regents revised their minimum admission standards for colleges and universities. In revising their admissions policies, the Board of Regents recognized what I have been saying to this board since we started talking about it. Namely, that the ACT exam is not the only measure of college readiness, and it's maybe not even the best measure of college readiness. In their new policy, the Board of Regents recognized the following. A student earning 18 college credits or an associate degree with 2.5 GPA is as college ready as a student with a 25 on the ACT and can be admitted to our flagship university, LSU. A student with 15 credits or an associate degree with 2.25 is as college ready as a student with the 23. And so it simply makes no logical sense that a student with a top-of-the-line associate degree and eligible for admission to LSU or a statewide university is not considered college ready. Finally, before I go, I just want to say I've heard a lot of analogies about how difficult this is, and a lot of them relate to airplanes and flying. I may be the only person in this room that's a retired lieutenant colonel with 3,600 hours as a command pilot. I've flown the airplane in need of maintenance. I've flown the airplane and refueled it in midair. It's not an excuse to not do it. You have to do hard things. That's what you're elected to do. That's what we're hired to do.
Thank you. Mr. Earl.
Excuse me, my name is Barry Irwin. I'm president of the Council for a Better Louisiana. And first and foremost, I just really wanted to thank you all for the work that y'all have put in on this for, as the superintendent pointed out, months and months now, if not more than a year. The other thing is to recognize that it really has made a lot of progress. This has come a long ways from where we first started the conversations back months and I guess more than a year ago to a proposal that we think at Cable is a strong proposal, one that's not perfect, as others have said, but one that goes very, very far in strengthening our accountability system, providing more transparency, recognizing growth, and as you heard today, putting a very important value on on career and technical education, more so than we've seen in any other thing before. There is a lot of value to this proposal, and we would like to see it pass today. I recognize that there are still some issues to be worked out, and we're happy to be able to continue to sit at the table and try and work through those. I would just say this in closing, however, we can go on with this forever and ever and ever. I mean, every time that we set a deadline in the past, we've kind of kicked it down the road, It seems to me that we are very close. It does seem to me, as Mr. Garvey said, that we need to really just focus in on some of the issues that are really at the bone of contention, because as soon as we come and have another meeting in a couple of weeks or whatever it is, we'll find some other things to put on the table and this can go on ad infinitum. The bottom line, I think, for our perspective is that there is a sense of urgency that we do need to fix some of the deficiencies in our system that this whole process has pointed out. We're very close to doing that, and I hope, in the next couple of weeks or whenever it is, we can take that final step and get this across the finish line, because again, it's really all about the kids. Thank you.
Mr. Garrett, I know.
Danny Garrett, Executive Council, Louisiana School Boards Association.
Make sure the green light's on.
Danny Garrett, Executive Council, Louisiana School Boards Association. One of the slides that Superintendent Brumley brought up, I think, is really the only question y'all are answering today. Fundamentally, what is high school? Is it to prepare students to enter college without the need for remediation so they can move on to get post-secondary education, or to enter workforce training with the academic knowledge they need so that they can read the manuals they have to learn, so they have that base academic knowledge so that they can learn and progress into that career? Or is it to shift post-secondary education into secondary schools? Because that's essentially what this does. This basically says you're only a successful high school if your students are earning post-secondary work in secondary school. A student who has mastery on all of his EOCs, or even advanced on all of his EOCs, but chooses not to take academic dual enrollment, or chooses not to take CTE dual enrollment, is basically discounted dramatically in this system when it comes to accountability. And I get it, they've changed strength of diploma to now college and career acceleration index. They're accelerating post-secondary into secondary. And if that's what Louisiana wants to do, then I think we can look at the funding issues that have been brought up. We're spending millions of dollars on colleges. If we're going to shift that money into schools, I guess we could, but I think you have to understand that is the fundamental change that this is making. Thank you.
Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Members Betsy, for just a few minutes to speak for the board this afternoon. We appreciate that opportunity. I want you to know that right up front, that I stand with the Louisiana Association of School Superintendents in opposition to the current proposal. We do feel like there are items within that proposal that do lead us forward that we can support. However, we also feel that at this point in time, we need to have further discussions and further conversations about components contained within this proposal that you're considering at this point in time. So we would be in favor of postponing that decision today, or at least I am in favor of postponing that decision today in order to gather more feedback from all the stakeholders on this proposal. The only other comment that I would like to add at this time, and I don't want to make this about Livingston Parish Public Schools because this is really about public education across the state of Louisiana. But at Livingston Parish, I want you to know our cohort graduation rate is 90%. 90% of our children graduate on time, 4 years, when they enter their freshman year. Also, 70% of those 90% graduate with more than just a high school diploma. Livingston Parish Public Schools is first, second, or third. I haven't seen the most recent data in career development funds. Our CTE program is very, very strong in Livingston Parish Public Schools, and that's because of our partnerships with our community members and our business partners that we have in our parish. I don't say that to tout Livingston Parish Public Schools. I say that because I sit here and listen to people tell me how poor public education is across this state. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not true. We can point to shining examples of public education all across this state. We have systems that are doing great work. I would like to thank all those systems, and I'd like to thank all those superintendents for the proposal and the opposition to the current proposal, and I appreciate the time to speak today. Thank you.
Mr. Tony Byler, Jim Clinton, David Alexander, and Jeff Powell.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Clinton. I'm president of Louisiana Central. We're an economic development organization, nonprofit. We serve 10 rural parishes in central Louisiana. We are pro accountability, and we have still remaining serious questions about the proposal as drawn, or at least as we understand that it is drawn, effective lesson. We do appreciate all the effort that has gone into it. I find myself up here against frequent partners because we usually are on the same side with Cable and Lobby, and certainly Monty Sullivan, who's both a close friend and a great ally. My reading of Monty Sullivan's comments is that he was comparing the old new proposal and the new proposal after the negotiations. I don't think he was happy with the original proposal. That's why we were in negotiations. So I think that you have satisfied some of the questions. I'm not optimistic that you're as close as I know some of you think you are. I think there's still work to be done. I appreciate your willingness to postpone, your potential willingness, if you vote for this, to postpone for any period of time so that we may bring some issues to the table. I will tell you that I know you talk to a lot of people in Dallas, as I understand it. I can tell you that the business community in central Louisiana is unaware of this conversation. I've been talking to them for the last 3 weeks, and it's a surprise to them. The elements of it are a surprise to them. I'm a pro-community college guy. We spent 5 years convincing the legislature and the governor to put a community college, community technical college in central Louisiana. We're the second largest market in the United States without one. I believe in that. I also believe in learning, and I hate the idea of boxing kids in. Thanks for considering the delay.
Tommy Bob, Superintendent of Vermillion Parish School System. Like the people before me, thank you for your opportunity to speak and thank you for your work on this. As a member of the School Superintendent's Accountability Commission, I've been in attendance for 12 months of all those meetings that Dr. Brumley spoke about. It is a little disturbing that in the last week and a half, we've made more progress in the last week and a half than we have in the first 10 months for some things that fell on deaf ears. So I do think we're making progress. I think we're getting closer. I think there are a lot of things that we still need to discuss. CTE is huge. It was huge for the last 8 months that we talked about it, but now all of a sudden it's the biggest thing in America this morning. I don't know why it was for 8 months when we asked before, and so I'm happy that we're getting there. The growth piece that we talked about a year and a half ago, I'm still not sure that we've ever really figured it out yet. So I think we're getting closer. I do appreciate the conversations that we've had. I do appreciate the opportunity to delay. And I do agree with Mr. Garvey. I hope we can come up with 5 or 6 points and say, here's A, here's B, where are we meeting at? Because it is time to eventually put this to rest, because I'm tired of coming to Baton Rouge and hearing the same conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Alexander. Thank you. You know, I speak in a lot of different places. I don't know why this is one of the most intimidating places I've ever come to. I am grateful for the opportunity to take a few moments with you. I really am. I believe in everybody's motive here. I do. Everybody that's come up here to talk, whether they've opposed this system or agreed with this system or what, I believe their motive is about children. I do think we have to get this right, and I know that you're working hard to do that. I think a lot of smart people are having a lot of good conversations to get this right. Unfortunately, I'm not convinced at this time that all of those smart people have been in the same room together to really hash this out. So I do think that there's been a system, a framework created, and I think it's gone sort of on a road show, and then it's been demonstrated and communicated out with a little bit of input, and then it goes back, but you don't know how that input is being processed. So I would really like for us to continue with collaboration around this and not compromise. I really believe that it's been said today, Mr. Lambert mentioned today, that high schools are designed to prepare, but then he also said accelerate. I don't know that we've sorted that out just yet. I think that our high schools can prepare kids for post-secondary work, and it doesn't necessarily have to accelerate them there. I think you can be prepared to go into the next step of life without being accelerated into the next step of life. But again, I know you're going to continue to hash that out. I think though a child that graduates from high school that either receives 0 or 25 points because they had a great high school career, a good GPA, well prepared for the next step, but yet either gets an F or a zero's worth of points at that point, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's valuable. I don't think we're valuing the high school diploma in Louisiana with any significance with this accountability system. It's come up, I know my time is out. Funding, students with disability, growth, those are issues that we've got to continue to sort through. So I don't think this is solved yet. And so to say yes to something right now is to say yes to an incomplete plan. Thank you.
Mr. Powell, before we get to you, if David Claxton, Michael Walker, make their way down, please.
Appreciate it. And I also appreciate Mr. Castillo and Mr. Garvey's the motion, and then to provide some specific areas to speak to. As the conversation was taking place this morning, there were several questions that I didn't hear asked, and I would like to believe that as we move forward with the potential delay, that these are the types of questions that we seek answers to. if we're going to approve an accountability system with new terms or new ways to describe what a basic credential is, an intermediate credential, and advanced credentials, I believe as a superintendent, we should know what those are prior to you approving something. It is very, needs to be understood that many of the courses and credentials that Dr. Sullivan spoke to this morning, they are already available in many of our schools. This is not new. In fact, the proposed accountability system actually weights these credentials lower than what our current system is. In fact, one question that I'm really surprised that nobody's answering is, how can we say that we're elevating career tech ed to the same level as top university four-year preparation when 125 points is what you get for an associate's degree in general studies and 75 points for a welding credential? Yet we're saying we're making career tech ed as valuable as for you. I can tell you which one would have a better chance to get a job in my community in Central Louisiana that Jim Clinton was sort of talking about. That's a real question. Another real question I have is, if we're going to lead a presentation off with 82% of our students currently choose top university pathway, while only 18% choose career tech ed, what part of this proposal corrects that? If that's the problem, then what part of this proposal is the solution? I don't see it in here, and I'm happy to. I'll agree with my good friend David Alexander, and that a lot of people have been having some really wonderful conversations. I've met some people for the first time that I've never met before. I just wish we could all sit in a room together and have this conversation, because I believe that there are enough people in this room right now that love children in the state of Louisiana, that love our communities and love our state, that if we were given an opportunity to have this conversation together, we could make some great things happen. Thank you.
Dr. Andrew Beck and Brant Osborne, if y'all can make your way down. Mr. Platt.
Yes, it's good afternoon. I want to say good morning. I want to sit here and I listen to Mr. Sullivan and pick apart a lot of the things he said that was incorrect. I've invited him to my campus in Jonesboro. I'm not struggling. We've tried to work with Delta, and that is my meal, nothing through their, let me get this straight, let me back up. I'm getting excited here. I'm a little ADHD, so give me, I'm having my meal in Jonesboro, West Rome. They have a plan that we're working on, which I understand I have to present to Bessie for a pathway. Delta, none of that pathway works. So when I'm sitting here listening to somebody and I want to speak up and say this is not right, half that's not true. But I am excited that over the last week and a half, finally, we're being listened to, because we, in our proposal to you, through the SAC committee, through the Bessie work group, which I appreciate that, you saw we wanted the CTE. And now, all of a sudden, you want to sit at the table with us. You want to be involved. That's all we're asking. It's not to be shunned, not to be pushed off, but to sit down and have true conversation about accountability in our kids. And I am grateful that y'all are putting this off, but I hope it's just not another game that when things come around, that we get a presentation, this is what we're going to do, and then we're not listened to, and then here it is presented to us at Bessie, and we're down here trying to argue and fight this, when I should be in my district, running my school district instead of here. It should be together. Thank you.
Michael Falk, Executive Director of Louisiana Association of School Superintendents. Based on the conversations which have been held over the past few days, we see the need for more dialogue and discussion, and that has to happen in the public to ensure transparency. But decisions as important as this is, and since we already have an accountability structure in place until 2025, there should be a narrative which contains equity for all students, alignment from K through 12, and is student-focused in order to truly develop an accountability system which offers opportunities to students such as CTE courses, which serve useful purposes and is understandable so that parents and students can make wise choices. We therefore request that more time be given before adopting the changes to Bulletin 111, that discussions can be held with all stakeholders, determine the impact to date, no simulations have been provided, and there are still areas where information needs to be finalized and clarified. And we can have collaborative adjustments to make sure that this is the right plan for Louisiana. Thank you for allowing me.
Ms. Miranda Watson and Angela Strickland, you also make your way down. Mr. Osborne.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak, board members.
Mr. Osborne.
I'm Brent, I'm sorry. I'm Brent Osborne. I'm the president of St. Tammany Federation of Teachers and School Employees. I'm here to represent my constituents in St. Tammany. As a teacher for 19 years, I think most teachers are this way. You hear Bessie, and you just think it's this Disney creature that slithered out of the Loch Ness. You know, you don't really have a connection to what goes on. And then over time, I met Dr. Bothy at an event, and Mr. Morris was at a speaking engagement, and you start to see you're human beings. But I think at the same time, you know, accountability is a popular issue, I think, amongst taxpayers. You know, so even though I can see you as human beings, we want you held accountable. And I think the Bessie Board needs to be held accountable for 10 years of failed performance. I'm seeing a lot of good things today, but realize you have to keep in mind teacher shortages. So I think there are many popular things. I'm all behind this career technical stuff. I think it's amazing. I do share Dr. Bothy's concern. There has to be a parental choice panic button, right? You can't let the government just choose what's going to happen to your kid. So, you know, we value the pursuit of happiness. We're not going to have that if the government gets to make every single choice. I saw a video once of a kid in Germany, a 10-year-old being trained to be a concierge. That's a little too young to have your future stripped away. The aspect that I do not like is the increase in the high-stakes testing standards, because I think this is a failed model. Somebody pointed out the airplane analogy, so I'll give this one that I created. The current accountability system asks students each year to break 3 equine ribs in a single blow in order to be deemed proficient. With the current proposal, you're proposing that they break 5 equine ribs in a single measurement. Either way, you are still asking kids to beat a dead horse. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Dr. Angela Beck with Redesign Schools Louisiana and Accountability Council member. I appreciate all the open and honest conversation. I really truly believe that y'all do hear us when we express concerns, and we've been able to have some really great conversations. I just want to remind you that one of the key crux or elements of this system in order for it to work is for the test to be designed effectively and efficiently in a way that it's aligned to truly measure growth, to measure students in a way that will see if they're, you know, at a basic or approaching or an MSAT. I know the test has a hard time with sensitivity to those levels. So please, I'm encouraging you that maybe that's possibly included in this plan moving forward, because I didn't see that included actually in black and white. I know that's probably the intent. The other piece is I just want us to make sure we're very clear on the differences between the academic index, which is the place where the students are actually held responsible for their performance. So if they score an unsatisfactory in English, they get 2 zeros for their performance there. The growth index, though, is the place where we can see, okay, obviously the kid's not on grade level, but are they still growing despite not being on grade level? And that's the piece where I think we just need to make sure we're fully defined in what is growth. I know that there's been some changes to to the structure, and with the 3 zeros if you're under the 50th percentile. But I do want you to take consideration, and maybe that's the right answer, I'm not sure, but let's take a look at who's sitting in those under 50 percentile, which kids are sitting there, and why are they sitting there? And what can we do to make a difference?
Okay. Kelly Joseph and Paul Nelson, you can make your way to the Watson.
Good afternoon, I'm Miranda Watson. I am a concerned parent of the St. Helena Parish. The Louisiana Educational Accountability System is supposed to support all children in school districts in Louisiana. Measures are put in place that will assist districts in setting, obtaining, and obtaining realistic goals. After setting a goal that has been met, the next logical thing to do will be to set more realistic goals for students as well as the district. We get that, we understand that because it makes sense. What doesn't make sense is for a board to push measures that are designed to support groups of children in districts in affluent, wealthy areas and have the student enrollment more than quadruples the enrollment of smaller districts. It doesn't make sense for an educational accountability system to crush children who are located in small parishes and live in a high-poverty rural area. My sons, who also have been educated in St. Helena, are also in great young black men. It's not fair to scrap together an accountability trap to support one set of young people and fail another. My sons matter, their future matters. They have met these challenges not because of what you said, but in spite of. This is all because of what their parents have said and what St. Helena said. So I implore you to please rethink this new accountability system proposal, make it fair for all children and school districts of Louisiana. Delay does not mean that the accountability system will not be put in place. It means that we have the opportunity to put the right and fair system in place. The current proposal is not the right one for anyone. Thank you.
Ms. Strickland.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Strickland. I'm from St. Helena Parish, and I'm the Director of Special Programs and Initiatives. Educators are called to assist our learners in achieving all of their goals. We have many learners in our state who struggle with the dual enrollment classes, AP courses, on-the-job training, and earning credentials. For those learners to achieve a high school diploma shows dedication to reaching that goal. They struggled, they worked hard, they sought support from numerous teachers, parents, inclusion, and family members to pass the classes that required them to achieve that high school diploma. The proposed accountability system would not give those learners credit for their hard work. They would just receive 10 or 25 points for all of the work that they had to do. This shows that the Bessie State Board of Education is belittling the accomplishment of the learners who had to work had an exceptionally difficult time earning that diploma. We reward accomplishment in a variety of ways, but the accomplishment of achieving a high school diploma is not rewarded in this accountability system. This new accountability system will especially hurt small school districts like St. Helena because we have a high count of special needs, but they are earning a high school diploma. This includes our EL population and those students who enter high school below basic. It isn't fair that our State Department of Education will fail to reward that accomplishment that so many people have invested time in. We need blue-collar workers. We need people who are willing to work jobs that serve others, that don't require the formal training of a credential or anything. Is Bessie saying that these learners are less than those who do achieve a higher level of education? I will finish with this. All learners deserve a congratulations and notice of the hard work they had to put into achieving that simple high school diploma. Thank you.
Stephen White is back and Al Simmons. Ms. Joseph.
Good afternoon. So let me begin by saying that we do want high standards, and we never said that we didn't. We want all kids to be successful, but for that to happen, we need a fair, equitable playing field, and we need everyone to acknowledge the real struggles we face to get our kids where we want them to be and support our efforts. We met with our local community college about 2 years ago to develop a plan to give all of our kids access to earn an associate's degree. So this was done in St. Helena well before you all made these changes or want to make these changes to this accountability system. But here are our issues. One, it costs a lot of money. Had it not been for the Achieve money that we received, we couldn't afford it. And our families definitely can't afford it. But they can't afford the fees and the tuition. And from what I'm understanding now, it's going up. So it's unsustainable. Our teachers, the community college and our school district are having issues with the teacher shortage. In addition, in order for teachers to teach these dual enrollment courses, they must have a master's degree. So that limits our goals. And the support for our kids during the day. These are college level courses. Kids kids need support in order to pass the classes. So if not, they won't have an opportunity to retake the classes if they fail. And they won't get the credit and accountability, and we lose the money that we paid for the courses. This accountability proposal is not aligned to the high standards that we're talking about. This is what we need. We need more flexibility with courses. We had our 6th graders take Quest for Success and Spanish 1 to allow kids to have the flexibility in their schedules to take the dual enrollment classes their junior and senior year. We were told those courses won't count because the credit begins in 8th grade. Everything costs in this accountability. AP, IB, dual enrollment, CLEP. When the achieved funds are gone, we will not have enough money to cover the cost for all the courses. So make the courses free, just like CTEP is free. ACT, the test is not aligned with any of the high school courses kids take. We all know this. ACT should only count for college-bound kids in accountability if they can't take the WorkKeys test. The graduation cohort rate.
Ms. Joseph.
A school with a 74% grad rate will earn a D in accountability, but a school with a 75% grad rate will earn a B. The calculations are not fair. I'm a member of the Accountability Council and the Superintendent Advisory Council. No discussion was had about the 9th grade success component in accountability or the Progress Index Fund. That's worth 20%. What is that about? We never had that discussion. I hope that in the future we have real, true, authentic conversations with all stakeholders at the table who truly care about kids. Thank you.
Ms. Martin.
I have a quick follow-up, Dr. Joseph. I noticed that most of your comments were in reference to the high school plan. Can I assume that the K-8 plan that increases the weights of 40% is something that you would find favorable? I'm just curious. You didn't mention it, so I just want to understand.
There were no conversations about this 20% progress index extra focus for K-8 schools. I have no idea what that's about. I don't know, but what I do know is that it's worth 20% of the school performance score. So we need to have a discussion about that. The 9th grade success component, we asked at the Superintendent's Advisory Council that it be removed from Bulletin 111 so we can have more discussion about it. It's still in this proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Nelson. I'm the superintendent of schools in Tensall Parish, which is the smallest school district in the state of Louisiana, and also one of the most rural areas within the state. And several of my colleagues and others have brought up the point about CTE and access and opportunity. And I can tell you that in our part of the world, access and opportunity is going to be extremely limited to these higher rated, higher valued CTE endorsements. It's an hour on the school bus one way to Tallulah to the nearest community college and an hour back each day in order to try to raise the standards of these CTE endorsements. I have to tell you, when you only go to school roughly 8 hours a day, 2 hours on the school bus eats up a lot of your time, as you can imagine. I would encourage the board to spend more time and pause and think about equity and access for our smallest, most rural school districts in the state. I requested Dr. Brumley, a teacher leader, for help with trying to get an idea of how we can have high-value IDCs in small rural areas with limited staff and resources. I am yet to see a department rep in Tensall Parish to discuss that item. I want to bring up another item. As someone who's been in the principal, assistant principal, and so forth for over 20 years now, I go to a lot of meetings and have been to a lot of meetings. And I hear over and over again how we in K-12 have failed Louisiana because kids who go to college do not graduate from college. As a parent of 2 college students, I can tell you the advising, mentoring that they receive from university staff has been minimal. They have been successful because their father had a PhD, not because of the assistance and support they received from the university. Thank you very much.
Clay Corley and Edward Galvin, if you can make your way down.
Thank you, member. Stephen Waggis back with LABI. And I want to first start with, I understand how challenging this discussion can be. Accountability formulas are difficult to explain to anyone who understands. I know it's a challenging part. And also, I've sat in your seat before. It's about a decade, but I sat up there. I know it's tough decisions you have to make. Also, as I think about seating in this room, the last time I was at this seat, at this table, was about 8 years ago. About 8 years ago, this board was recognizing Kurt Ising, who just passed, for his service to this state on putting kids and adults in jobs. He had just passed away as head of the Louisiana Workforce Commission. And he was a role model for many, including me. And his whole angle, everything he did on every single day was every kid deserves that great opportunity. He did everything he could to do it. And I know the educators behind me do that every single day, heroically to do it. But right now, we have a challenge in Louisiana. We've got reading and levels and science and math levels that are not where we want it to be. We've got employers who simply cannot find, they're reporting ad nauseum, the workers that need to come in. It's no one's fault. It is what it is. It is the crisis that showed up on our doorstep. It's not the one we invited and made. And so yes, we do rise to support this proposal. We recognize that good faith people can have different perspectives on it. But we do love the fact on the CTE side, it will find a way to put the people that we think the state has best to offer, LCTCS, LED, Workforce Commission, to go in and examine how we get quality there and give points in high schools for delivering it. And we do like the fact that it tries to recognize in ninth grade who's behind in reading and science and math, and how do we go in and triage that the best we can and give points. We like the fact of trying to target the crisis at our doorstep. The last thing I say, I'm also on 2 school boards. I'm on the Cristo Rey School Board. We've invited those student workers in our offices for the last 5 years. I see their eyes light up when they're around employers. It has led some of them to a career path, and some of them to college. Pathways are not, they don't have brick walls inside of them. You can go back and forth. And the last school board I'm on is the Emerge Center for Autism. And giving those kids a real chance to one of the most important things we do, and I'd love to work with you to figure out ways to make sure everything offered in high schools is not just for those kids that are plug and play, but the kids who show up with real challenges that have to be dealt with. Thank you.
Al Simmons, Superintendent with Perry Schools. I appreciate your consideration of delaying final passage of this proposal for any period of time. And I hope that in the coming days we can work towards an accountability system that promotes student achievement and it gives a fair shake to our schools because we want to do well. We want our students to do well. I want my schools to be A schools. We want to have a fair shake to do it, especially in a rural community where our access to internships, International Baccalaureate and AP courses are limited. And I think that needs to be considered by the board before we pass anything. And I appreciate any work we can do towards that end going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Corley, before we get to you, Kawanda Corley and Marcus Thomas, if y'all can make it right now. Mr. Corley.
Yes, Clay Corley, Superintendent of Schools, DeSoto Parish. Thank you, board, for the opportunity to delay and have some further conversations. Really appreciate the work that's been done thus far. It's unfortunate that accountability is a dirty word in all walks of life to some degree. It's further unfortunate that there are sides that the media or others might choose to pick sides here. And I think we're all on the same team. We may not all agree. But I think our heart's in the right place. Just to share a bit of data, as was referenced in the plan this morning, and I appreciate the CTE conversation. That's a good thing because that's kind of where a lot of the messiness of the moving parts lie, in my opinion. But our data, most recently for last year's senior class, we had 77% of our students, our senior class, earn statewide industry-based credentials. 39% of our seniors earned advanced level credentials. 50% of those students were students of color. So there's good work happening. We did not, the people in DeSoto Parish did not do that because the accountability scale said we should. That's work because we know that's what's right for kids. Now, unfortunately, none of our kids to this point have achieved a level 3 or 4 advanced statewide credential. And after numerous conversations with local industry partners, that one is almost unattainable, unachievable, but secondly, more important to their point, not viable. A level 3 or level 4 advanced industry-based credential is something more of a person who had been working in industry for 3 or 4 years. And so that's something I just wanted to bring to the table there. That's, I guess, top of the food chain, if you will. Secondly, I guess, and I'll leave with this, recognizing the good work of systems around students with disabilities is a must. There's been some conversation about that. While that is a small percentage of the population of our students, we in DeSoto have done some things there. I feel that have meant more to students than anything else we could do, and we haven't received 1 point from an accountability scale. We don't see the accountability system as a ceiling, but a floor. It should be always seen as a minimum expectation, and we should not be reacting just because of an accountability system or scale says we should. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate the delay and the further consideration of this very important matter.
Good afternoon. I'm Edward Calman. I'm here representing the Economic Development Board of St. Louis Parish. I have 3 children that have went through the St. Louis system. All 3 of them, I'm blessed to have them as college graduates. But we have the changes that's going to affect our parish in deeper ways than you could imagine. Our superintendent has worked very hard to gain public confidence, and we are at a point where we have some measures that we're about to propose to the public. And I know that with the work that we've done, with the environment that she's created, we're going to be successful. But this kind of throws a little monkey wrench in what we're trying to get done. In the last 5 years since the floods of 2016, we watched our land values increase, probably double in some of the areas of the parish. But this kind of proposal, when you're heading to the public, to ask them for additional funds to shore up and do some things that we've been needing to do for a long time in our schools, it is very difficult to sell a proposal to the public when you are saying that you are an F school, and with these changes, not giving our graduates any credit, will put us in a deep F. So I'm asking that you would definitely consider the fact that a small school, the child has to carry a bigger load in terms of the point system than in a school where that same child, it can be transferred over 1,000 kids. So at the end of the day, please think about these things and how they affect our community in a very negative way, because we have some goals that we are going to realize, but this will not help us in that realization. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Jason St. Pierre and Joshua John Paul. Ms. Coyle.
Marcus Thomas, Louisiana Association of Educators. I know a lot of time has went into these proposals. We appreciate the time and effort that it took to get where we are today. But we have a time where we're losing educators in large numbers. And the question is, do we think that this proposal will help or hurt our current crisis? Our teachers, they want to be held accountable, every single one of them, but they also want to be appreciated. Our teachers are educating every student that walks into their classroom. Some students have issues and are dealing with some serious trauma by being forced to be adults way sooner than they should. This proposal, however, would show no growth to those efforts that those teachers put in by awarding no points unless you score in the 50th percentile or higher, and no points for graduation unless you take in some college credits or pass a couple of college level tests. The whole point of being an educator is to get your students to perform at a higher level, growth, and ultimately graduate and become productive members of society. Let's not rush this proposal. This will not kick in, if I understand correctly, until 2025. Let's get it right. Let's continue to have conversations with stakeholders, education stakeholders, and put forth a proposal that would not discourage our current and potential future educators in the state of Louisiana. Thank you. Ms. Corley.
Thank you. My name is Karonda Corley, and I am a parent and disabilities advocate nationally. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Castillo, for your motion, and Mr. Garvey, I'd like to thank you for approving that motion. I have several questions that I noticed that this presentation did not address, and I hope that this body will consider. Number one, who is in the stakeholder group? Because I noticed that we did not talk about children with disabilities. Number two, what will the policy look like? Because according to slides 17 through 20, it mentioned severe profound, but it did not speak about what that policy realistically looked like. Number three, why are parents being told that children cannot mix and match? That's what EBR told us during their listening tour. Number four, are you aware that children with IEPs would have to be granted a 504 in order to do dual enrollment? Now you're putting a hardship on the parents and on the staff. What would this look like for children with disabilities that are attending high school until 21 years of age? Because they do have that right under IDEA. What will charters, especially type 1 and private parochial schools, have to implement this that are receiving funding from BESI? Can a child on TOPS pathway take a CTE course and work keys without changing the course? Under this system, will the school system be awarded for children that take workies or the ASFAB? Who will truly monitor, implement, and enforce this system? Has this vested body considered doing an education summit on SPED in regards to this, or a listening tour? Districts cannot afford this. We have violated open meeting law by not having this presentation up on board docs for people to read. And it pains me as a parent of a child with a disability that we are not counted for. We represent over 25% of the children that are enrolled into these schools that will be heavily impacted. My child, for one, just received a special education teacher out of retirement 1 week ago. So when we talk about an accountability system, we have to be realistic about it. What will this look like? What will be the funding source? And exactly who will monitor it? Because we are aware that BESI does not implement, monitor, and enforce. So that is my questions. Those are the things that I hope we can address in the upcoming meeting, and that is something that I hope is imperative in the fronts of your minds. Thank you.
Mr. Sandy.
My name is Jason. My name is Jason St. Pierre, principal at Walker High School. I've been a principal for 16 years in the same school, and I think we're just kicking the ball around and moving numbers like the shell game on a game show host. And I've worked really hard. There's a lot of principals. I don't think there's a principal in here, but I took the day off to come and speak to you guys because I'd like you to visit Walker High School and come see what it's like. Dr. Sullivan spoke about dual enrollment, and he talked about career tech. I have dual enrollment classes, medical terminology, EMR, ProStart, electrical, welding, drones, and CMAD, which is Autodesk and Inventor. I have 13 AP courses. I have 16 jump start pathways. I have CLEP dual enrollment under the simulations that I've done under the proposal, that's current proposal. There's been some changes. My strength of diploma drops to a D, and my overall SPS drops to a C from an A. I think if our ultimate goal is there's too many A schools, and I understand Dr. Berman's point about reading and math and those things, but I think to work really hard, if I put each one of you as a principal and go to a school tour, be a principal, what would you do? I got one question I like to ask. What more does myself at Walker High School need to do to become even a B school under these current policies? I sat next to Mr. Alexander in Ascension Parish. There's a lot of great schools, but we worked really hard. Yesterday, we just painted Mr. Morris's truck yesterday at Walker High School. And you know what I'm going to get? 115 points, not under the new system, under the old system. I think we need to really structure dual enrollment. If the college dual enrollment is not sufficient as an AP course, deal with the university or the high school that's giving it. But don't punish me who's doing it with fidelity. And I think that's what we need to look at, is make apples to apples and grades, and those that come out in the wash with a C or a B or an A. But right now we're just kicking the can down the road and moving points around to make it say what we want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. John Paul.
another one if I could. I'd just like to respond to comments. I made a special effort to work with Walker High School leadership to get comfortable myself with the quality of programs at the school and do some risk to myself to have to put my truck painted by 14 and 15-year-olds. But I thought it was worth it to get some sense of quality of work that was in the program, number of students are engaged in the program, and give myself some sense of value in the program so I can make a well-informed decision as a member of the board. So I thank the principal for his comments. Thought the paint job was pretty good. and I'd also like to add that I did pay for the materials and I wrote a check for $500.
Good evening. My name is Dr. John Paul, Director of Academic Program, St. Parish. One of the major issues we struggle with every year is the teacher shortage. As I'm speaking to you right now, we have only 1 or 2 teachers in the high school. Last year we had only 1 math teacher throughout the year. But still we managed to bring good results amidst all the challenges that we have. Since our district struggled with the severe shortage of qualified math teachers, and especially in math and science, preparing our teachers and students for the ACT and LEAP test has been an arduous task. The ACT preparation resources or opportunities are very low for our students who come from an economically disadvantaged and rural backgrounds. The new accounting system does not seem to be encouraging any efforts made by these students. Instead, it appears to encourage more of their counterparts. It is hard to believe that a student who scores a 17 on the ACT would get a 0. Another major point that I would like to make is that most of the standardized tests stop at the 10th grade level, and thus the students do not tend to take any courses after this grades very seriously. Why can't the LDOE take adequate measures to address this issue before assigning a 0 under this new accounting system? Another point that I would like to make is regarding the ACT workies. Under the new accounting system, I see that a lot of reward points are reduced. And the last point that I would like to make is regarding the IB and AP programs, which we cannot afford. The only way we can get the points is through the dual enrollment courses. Our students are forced to take these courses to earn these points. While we are not against these programs, it doesn't consider the progress and efforts made by the non-DE students who excel in sports, secure after-school job, earn $1 million scholarship through PAT and the other programs. The chances of receiving points through these avenues have slimmed under this new system. So I urge the members of BESI to consider these points, especially the area of progress made by the students from rural districts, and take necessary steps to address the deficiencies in the new system. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Any, Mr. Castillo?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, at the conclusion of my motion, Mr. Garvey asked if we could define some sort of parameters for proceedings. So I'm going to attempt to do that now that I've heard the public comment. But first, before doing so, I want to take an opportunity to thank Superintendent Brumley and his team for taking on this really difficult task. He said this earlier, but it would have been very, very easy for him and his administration to say, I'm not going to deal with this. Why would I do that? Why would I want to get bloodied and sideways with everybody in the state of Louisiana in education? So it is an extremely difficult undertaking. And so I want to again personally thank you, Dr. Brumley, and your staff and team for taking this on. For Thomas, I know you can't wait for this to end. Having said that, we're trying to get there. And in November, the goal is to actually get something passed. That is the goal. And we've been asked to try and accomplish that. So we're going to work really hard over the next 30 days to accomplish it. That said, in light of my motion that we defer to the defined date, I would ask that we try to limit the conversation around these items. Students with disabilities, growth, CTE, funding, and I've got the one that I've asked everyone that I've spoken to, and that is whether or not the proposed plan that we developed adequately incentivizes schools to take on as many of the most disadvantaged students in the state of Louisiana. Many schools find themselves looking at, maybe if I've got students of a different socioeconomic background, that they will do better. I know the plan speaks to that, and I just want to throw that out because I've asked everyone that question. So those are the 5 items that I've identified from the comments that came up. Mr. Garvey, if I missed anything that you want to add to that list, feel free to do so.
Mr. Carter, I can say thank you very much for listing those, and I don't have anything to add to it, but I think it will be helpful to have those listed as you did. Thank you. Ms. Orange County.
I just want a point of clarification. I think most of what's named is pretty much the entirety of the components of the plan. So what is excluded? That's me. What is off the table that is everything's a priority?
So I will say what I said in the beginning when I was asked to come up with 5, and that is, I think that if we make the list long enough, that it may not be relevant because everything sort of touches on everything. So I don't disagree with you, Ms. Orange Jones, because it's a valid point. But in an attempt to provide some guidance, those are the ones that I added. Mr. Gordon Ford just texted me and said, what about ACT? So,
all right.
With 3 exclamation points.
So as I'm now being, 2 more are being added, I will say that I've attempted to offer 5, and there are 2 more that are being offered. I will say this: the goal needs to be as much as possible, and my superintendent friends have said to me that we don't intend to kick the can down the road forever. We want to work really, really hard to get to a solution. And we appear to be at a point where we are agreeing on a date in November to come to some resolution. So that's my best effort. If anyone wants to amend, append, add to what I said, feel free.
If I might just respond very quickly to that, Mr. Millman. I can hear that, and I will support the deferral should it be the will of the board. But again, and I think the superintendent did say this during his opening remarks, 10 meetings from the Accountability Council, 8 meetings from the Superintendent Advisory Council, 9 meetings from the BESI work group. I was there. 50 hours of meetings, right, that we've had, just for the work group, right? Formal BESI, 7 meetings. 1,017 respondents to the stakeholder survey. I'm not in any way saying that there's not more stakeholder engagement that can be done, more conversation that can be had, but I am actually urging us as board members to get really clear about the specific issues that you think are necessary to move this forward, right? Like, in the wise words of Dr. Martin Luther King from his letter of Birmingham jail, delay has almost always meant never. So I'm feeling a sense of urgency, the fierce urgency of now to do what we think is right for kids. If we believe we're that close, then we should be able to get very specific about the things we want to see changed or the stakeholders who we want engaged that would make this plan stronger, because there's been no less than over 100 hours of conversation in public about different versions of this plan. So if the answer is we're not going to get there, just say we're not going to get there. Take a hard vote and say no, but take a vote so we can actually figure out what is in the best interest of kids and move forward. So that's the charge for everybody on this board, should we decide to defer again. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an add-on. Can we talk about whether it's in this, one of those line items, the value of graduation, to make sure that we talk about that? And thank you. And also, I believe that definitely all these meetings have occurred, and appreciate all that hard work from the Burlington Department, from Karen. But I think the sense that we felt here is that there's the need for collaboration and partnership together, coming together to the table and not separate in different meetings. So that is something that the department can work on. It may help with us moving forward swiftly and quickly for the good of the kids. Thank you.
And with the students with disabilities, I'm assuming they're included, you have kids that are talking about it in discussion. I would ask.
Sure, I think that's the goal.
Any other public
The
comment?
question was, will we include the EL kids with students with disabilities category? And I said, yes, I think that's appropriate.
Any other comments from the board?
I can share something that I thought was really successful the last time we considered accountability changes. There were regional meetings where educators were able to get a sense of the proposal and what everything looked like connected to it. So I know that the people in this room are deeply engaged, but there's so many educators who are in our classrooms in our schools right now that are not as in tune to the conversation as the people in this room. I'm not saying that has to be a meeting in every region. I think especially since we've gone through the pandemic, there's ways to do that with technology to make people aware of what the conversation is. I mean, even if it was the presentation given today, although I don't think watching Betsy online is, I'm not sure how people absorb that. But there are ways to do presentations that educators can access on their own time to understand what the proposal is and what it looks like. So I know that was, I attended those meetings before when we were looking at accountability policy. I think you really get people's feedback, you understand questions. You know, I would say what I see today is better than the last version that I saw. So I'm hopeful that we get a better version when we come back in November. But I would encourage that it goes beyond the people in this room to people who are not represented today because they're with our students.
Ms. Orton.
I would, a reminder to this board that we as a board voted to launch the work group to go through a process. I think every board member has the capability to launch a conversation in their community with their districts if they think that is going to be helpful. Some of us have done that, others haven't. So I would say we couldn't charge the department to do it, but all of us are empowered to have those meetings individually in our own districts that might give us the data we need. I agree with you, Dr. Goldie, about the need to potentially get more information from educators who haven't been a part of this conversation. I would just urge all board members that it's certainly within your right and your responsibility to do that to ensure that when you come back in November, you have the clarity you need.
Mr. Moore.
I'd like to add, same line of thought, I'm a big believer in processes. And we had some conversation between next steps between now and November 10. How are we going to best prepare for November 10 so that we can do that as efficiently as possible? I'd be interested in a conversation on what those next steps would look like.
So I'd like to offer a suggestion. This is sort of a weird experience because I see people at camps as I look out at the audience. You got a camp that applauded when Ms. Lawrence Jones made her comments, and then there's another camp on this side of the room, and I really love for everyone to sit down and talk to each other as much as possible because I keep getting that from various folks that there isn't enough conversation from the various advocacy groups who are all, in my opinion, very, very well intentioned. That said, Mr. Morris, you have proposed someone as a good first step, and I know this is possible technically, some sort of portal so that people can provide information. I don't know if that would be helpful or not. But I would say, because someone asked, well, we don't want to start the process a week before the November meeting, but that we establish it within the next 4 weeks, or next few days, over the next 4 weeks. Deadlines. We're going to meet on this day, like the end of this week and next week. Set the dates that are very, very aggressive because for the last 3 or 4 days, we've had lots of conversations. So we've demonstrated that we can compress a lot of work in a little bit of time. But I would say let's just start that process immediately.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on the direction as chair of the work group. Do you think that the survey that we did that had like about 1,000 responses is sufficient? Are you suggesting that the portal be revisited? Do you think that we need more than that? I'm just trying to understand that particular piece.
Yeah. We suggest, could we do this? Because I've had folks saying, well, what about superintendent's advisory council, accountability council? Probably can't accommodate all those things in the next 30 days. And maybe we schedule meetings, maybe it's the work group that leads it, that 4 or 5 meetings over the next 30 days to get people together in some form or fashion where we pull everyone together. We're not, because if we're going to have all these different scheduled meetings, we'll get another 6 months. So we've got to come up with a compressed methodology for doing this.
I appreciate that. I'll get that so maybe bring that to the board tomorrow. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? We have a substitute motion, and we have a second on that motion. Is there any objection to that substitute motion?
Can we repeat the motion on the floor?
Substitute motion is to hold a special meeting November 10th at 9 a.m. to include, but not limited to, the issues of students with disabilities, including Equal Young Kids, growth, CTE funding, whether or not the proposed plan adequately incentivizes schools to take on economically disadvantaged students, and the value of graduation.
Ms. Rawson said that the ELL went to students with disabilities.
Okay, we'll add ACT. We'll add ACT to that as well.
That is substitute motion. Is there any objections to that substitute motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. Next item, please.
Mr. Miller.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, before we move on, I think everybody agrees there was a great discussion today on this topic, and I truly believe that we're progressing in the right direction in the best interest of our kids. But, again, as a member of the work group, one of my takeaways that wasn't addressed today, and I wanted to repeat again and see if the board would consider another motion. One of my takeaways with Mr. Lambert's input from the work group exercise is that the current system, which we all recognize now, it's not perfect, right? But one of our takeaways was that there are actually 6 schools in the state that those teachers work with those students, and based on the system that we have in place, then they're awarded an A for growth. But yet the school has an F for SPS. In my mind, that's the wrong message to our teachers, right? I mean, that's an insult. Lack of appreciation, whatever you want to call it, it's the wrong message to our teachers. We can do better. So I wanted to see if there's any interest in the board to consider another motion, which would be something along the lines of those schools may receive an SPS of F if the progress is an A.
If that's a motion, I'm seconding it.
Okay. Ms. Morris, can you repeat that?
Sure. There are 6 schools in the state that I don't know what kind of changes we're going to make, or if we're going to make any changes, right? But whatever the bottom line is, whatever the outcome is, this is wrong, and we need to correct it. And so what I'm proposing is that no school may receive an SPS of F if the progress is an A. How can you tell a teacher that?
Is it a motion, or can we place that as a list item?
I'm offering it as a motion. If you don't believe it's true, then vote no.
That's not the point, because we just made a listing of things that we discussed and talked about, Mr.
I'm offering a motion to the board, and I'm asking if there's a second. Dr. Bopey seconded it, so I'm asking for Mr. Miller to lead us from there.
I was just asking for clarification on one issue, Dr. Bowling. Ms. Davis, you look, if you can provide some clarity on it.
You can't, a motion will not establish a policy. So you have to have a policy in front of you where that language would go to approve, if that's going to be one of our rules. You can't just approve a concept without having the actual policy and notice of that policy revision and all of those.
Dr. Bromley has told me that we can add that into the proposal that comes as part of the accountability system that comes back to us on November 10th.
Yes. You can add.
What would that be?
So that would be your motion then, to request the department add into the policy presented in November.
Mr. Morris, and I'm just making sure we're all on the same page.
We're doing interested in the outcome, right, and the message. It's an important message, it's an important outcome. We're going to get that accomplished. I'm going, thank you.
Mr. Morris, my conversation with Mr. Melody was that the next time we will be back with a proposal to vote on the actual policy language will be that date in November, and that could be one of the things that we included in that policy.
We have a motion and a second to add that as one of the items in the proposal. Is there any objection? Hearing none, that will pass and will be added into the proposal. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 1, item 2.1, consideration of request from LEAs for waivers of policy contained in bulletins for the 2022-2023 school year, submitted by.
No presentation of my understanding. Are there any questions from the board? Hearing no questions, is there any objection to the motion? No objection, motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 12, item 3.1, consideration of an update report regarding diverse learner programs and services, the LD recommendations to receive.
What page is this on?
Page 12.
Mr. Castillo, motion.
Second.
Dr. Bowden, second.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. So we just felt like it would be important to provide the board an update on some of the work happening within our department that works with diverse learners. We have talked a lot about that particular group of students this morning, and so I think it would be worthwhile for the board to see some of the work that is ongoing with this particular group of students that we have to serve well. And so Dr. Chasson is here to support with Ms. Meredith Jordan, who oversees that office, and they will begin the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Chasson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Janice Chasson, Department of Education. Today, we'd like to provide you all with an overview of the department's vision for our work in supporting students with disabilities. The Division of Diverse Learners is situated very intentionally within the Office of Teaching and Learning. Supporting our students with disabilities is truly cross-team work that spans across our divisions, and we believe that aligning our overall vision, language, and initiatives strengthens what we are able to achieve for all students of our state. Thank you. Meredith Jordan, our Executive Director of Diverse Learners, leads this division of dedicated professionals and drives the vision for how we best support the needs of our students with disabilities. In Louisiana, 13.4%, or roughly 92,000 students, also have a disability and receive special education services. We are responsible for supporting our local education agencies and providing them with a free and appropriate public education. And so today we hope to just demonstrate to you all what that work is that we are currently doing in partnership with our LEAs. Students with disabilities in Louisiana are simply students first. We are a state that believes in inclusion, not just as a place or a program, but a sense of belonging in giving each student what they need to succeed in a high-quality teaching and learning environment. All students, especially our students with disabilities, need access to high-quality early childhood experience, literacy instruction, content-strong educators, instruction that accelerates their learning with the related services and supports that enhance that success, and high school experiences that promote their success on a path of their interest and that ensure for meaningful transition. The interest in student literacy has been large, and so this slide shows some of our earliest signals around the gap of students with disabilities. You can notice how the gap is largest with our kindergarten students. highlighting further the need for quality early childhood experiences for all children. Please note that this is our 2021 fall reading report as we are awaiting our 2022 beginning of the year data. We actively monitor the performance of students with disabilities and data we collect from things like our end-of-year LEAP exams. Based on our most recent data, students with disabilities continue to remain behind our regular education students in LEAP performance. While our students with disabilities saw a 1% increase in mastery this past school year, so did our regular education students, and so the gap remains. Closing this gap is a key goal of the department, and we see this as a goal that we all must own. Specifically, our goal is to close this gap by 5% in the next 5 years, or by 2027. There's a small subset of students with significant cognitive disabilities for whom LEAP 2025 is not appropriate, and as a result, they participate in LEAP Connect, which provides an alternate assessment for that subset of the population. We thought these are some important numbers to share with you all. I believe it is a misnomer that a lot of our students with disabilities take the LEAP Connect exam, and that's really not true. The majority of our students with disabilities actually take the LEAP 2025 exam. 1.4% of students testing statewide participated in Louisiana's alternate assessment, or LEAP Connect, for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. The vast majority of our students with disability are also working towards the Louisiana student standards in coursework, just like their non-disabled peers. The Student's Individualized Education Program, or IEP, identifies the child's strengths and needs, academic goals, and accommodations necessary to support success with the academic standards and coursework. These students can pursue a TOPS university or a Jump Start diploma, and our students with the most significant disabilities assessed on alternate assessments pursue a diploma that consists of academic, assessment, workforce readiness, career preparation, and transition components. We have made great progress in our state providing diploma opportunities for students with disabilities and implementing the opportunities provided by the April Dunn Act to support successful graduation. In order to ensure our diverse learners have the individualized support along their educational journeys, we must ensure instructional strategies support our students with disabilities. We have intentional educator development that builds capacity to implement best practices. We must foster strong partnerships through our stakeholder engagement and ensure clarity on program compliance through effective data collection, monitoring, and reporting.
Mary Jordan with the department. Stakeholder engagement is the first component of the department's strategy to support our students with disabilities and our diverse learners. Meaningful and ongoing stakeholder engagement is critical to the success of all students. When school systems intentionally engage diverse groups of stakeholders, valuable insights are gained, partnerships form that enhance their efforts to meet state and local goals and ultimately improve outcomes for these students. So before we dig into the way in which schools, alongside parents, service providers, and educators, collaborate to identify and support students with disabilities, I think it's worth giving a nod to the way in which all students receive data-driven instruction every day through the learning acceleration cycle. Not meaning that we're speeding it up, but rather we're providing the right supports just in time. In this cycle, every day, our educators, our instructional leadership teams, our school building level committees are doing a few things. So they are planning for timing and content to provide instruction, as well as identifying anticipated misconceptions, scaffolds that are necessary, and preparing to support all students as they encounter that grade level content. They're delivering just-in-time curriculum-aligned support, monitoring students' progress to quickly identify and adjust those supports based on student performance, and diagnosing students' unfinished learning of prerequisite content knowledge and skills, integrating those findings into intentional planning for upcoming instruction. The related services and the supports that are outlined within students' IEPs does not replace, but rather enhances their students' access to those grade level expectations. Sometimes, beyond those daily supports, schools have to take additional steps to ensure students are supported. We know that it's critical to provide these supports so that they all have access through that process of identifying our students with disabilities. Students may begin this process as a result of child find activities or by a referral through an educator or a parent to begin this identification process. After students are identified through child find activities, the educator or the parent referral process, the child's case may be referred to the school building level committee. That school building level committee then leads a comprehensive review of student data. The SBLC, otherwise known as that school building level committee, then determines some next steps. One option is to proceed with an evaluation for special education by a multidisciplinary team. Based on that evaluation, a determination is made regarding eligibility for special education services. Even if a student does not qualify for an IEP under IDEA, that SBLC should continue to develop intervention plans to support a student whose needs are not being met, with perhaps a Section 504 plan. If a student is identified as eligible for an individualized IEP, the IEP team then kicks in and begins to meet to design the supports and services the students need to succeed. After the IEP has been developed, the school will go about providing those supports, which could involve placement in specialized programs, engagement with related service providers, behavior supports, etc., based on that student's individual needs. Annually, that IEP team then reconvenes to review each child's progress, develop those annual goals, and update the plans as appropriate. Most critical throughout this process, beginning when the school building level committee considers a student who has been referred, our parents are engaged, and the department has several supports to ensure families are able to participate meaningfully throughout this entire process. Students who qualify for an IEP under IDEA are not a homogeneous group. Bulletin 1508 provides definitions for those broad categories of exceptionalities that are used to identify students. And you can see here how the population of Louisiana students who receive individualized support breaks out across those categories. It's also important to note for IDEA that in order to qualify for special education under one of these categories, that disability must also significantly impact the student's ability to progress academically. This also mirrors what we see nationally, with the vast majority of our students in Louisiana and across our nation and our country identified as specific learning disabilities. This slide highlights how we engage with all stakeholders in our partnership to support our students with disabilities. So in looking at those inner concentric circles, support for children, educators, and our school system leaders is reinforced by well-developed individual plans focusing on unique student needs, aligning instructional materials and specific supports for these diverse learners, clear modeling for accelerating learning and those just-in-time supports, interventions, and extensions for students, intentional structures to grow content and instructional expertise, and also supporting our system leaders with critical funding, ensuring that federal and state funds are well stewarded. The four outer circles here encompass all of these layers. Support for our families is reinforced by access to our libraries of resources and tools, partnering with organizations such as Families Helping Families, our state's Parent Training Information Center, who engage directly with our families, navigating support for their children, and also coordinating our dispute resolution options. And it's worth noting here that the department is currently beginning work to review our dispute resolution processes as they have evolved and sought to provide supports to our families, ensuring that our processes continue to meet the needs of our parents and families. Support for our policymakers include providing clear and accurate reporting regarding our diverse learners in Louisiana, supporting key groups such as our Special Education Advisory Panel and our Related Service Advisory Commission, Support for our partners is reinforced by ensuring all partnerships are aligned to our Louisiana Vision for Success, including those in our Partnerships for Success Guide. Providing policy and guidance to ensure our partnerships serving Louisiana students are high quality. And supporting our students with disabilities across Louisiana access high-quality instruction, such as our Louisiana's Accessible Educational Materials Center. I know our director, Robbie King, here is also in the audience. Support for our communities is reinforced through partnering with school systems, providing those inclusive transition and employment opportunities for students with exceptionalities. Engaging in critical conversations with groups such as the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council, which I know there are staff here today from that group, the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf, our Visually Impaired Coalition, our School Psychology Association, the Governor's Office of Disabilities Affairs. I did want to recognize Ms. Bailey Colasola, who was in our audience earlier, and I know she has staff, Ms. Alicia, who is still here listening in on our presentation. LSU's Human Developmental Center, and so many more. There are so many stakeholders that we are engaging with regularly, because we all know in special education there are so many specialized areas and voices that are important to have at that table. So I know a lot of these stakeholders are also in the audience here today, our school system leaders, and so you may hear from some of them later.
We'll next take a look at some of the instructional strategies that we are using to really highlight and broaden our work to support our students with disabilities. We're elevating 4 proven strategies as critical components of the supports for students with disabilities: early and accurate identification, high-quality instruction, specialized supports, and related services and transition planning. Together, these support an instructional approach that accelerates learning for students with disabilities and utilizes high-quality, specially designed instruction in order for students to access grade-level instruction, which is always our goal for all of our students. In response to school system needs for effective staffing and scheduling models, we've provided robust guidance and training at no cost to school systems that help support re-envisioning the school day to best meet students' needs, including our diverse learners. We've also provided a comprehensive guidance document with best practices for addressing unfinished learning and meeting the needs of diverse learners. We've also provided supports for school systems in implementing best practices through live webinars, sharing sessions, and question and answer sessions. We've provided intensive regional technical support and system-specific coaching. Moving forward, we are working on several key next steps around instructional strategies for our students with disabilities. One of these key steps will be updating our Strategies for Success guidebook to ensure that systems have clarity on best practices, such as high-quality core instruction, extra time for intervention, and content-strong educators to support our students with disabilities. We also plan to update our resources for students with significant disabilities to ensure that the information available to systems reflects current best practices. It will also be important, given the fundamental shifts currently being managed in literacy instruction, that in the coming year, we promote the bright spots and lessons learned as systems have been providing targeted literacy interventions and extensions to ensure that educators across the state have as much support as possible in ensuring that our students with disabilities benefit from the foundational literacy training that is being deployed currently statewide. Another key focus during the upcoming year will be modeling and supporting inclusive high school experiences and transition support. Finally, we will also be focusing on expanding our support for our young children with disabilities in early childhood, increasing the screening for students in early childhood programs, and supporting interventionists in the early childhood space. We're also working intently to build educator development to make sure that our educators who are so committed to working with our students with disabilities are supported. Our SPED Fellow Academy, which is a year-long development program providing training, mentoring, and a community of practice for SPED leaders and aspiring leaders statewide, is a key example of this. Additionally, we provide resources and opportunities to collaborate with our SPED educators statewide through regular webinars and guidance. And we also collaborate with partners to provide opportunities for our paraprofessionals to enroll in courses to earn teaching certificates. We wanted to highlight here how important it is that we support our SPED leaders, elevate them, and hopefully encourage them to remain in their roles for many years to come as we tackle this challenging work together. Based on a recent survey of these incredibly important leaders, 38% of our special education directors have between 1 and 5 years in their role. 16% have been in the role 6 to 10 years, 5% 11 to 15, 5% 16 to 20 years, and only 6% with 21 or more years. And so this year, we launched cohort 3 of our SPED Fellow Academy, and we have the largest cohort yet with 17 fellows. This SPED Academy, which we've recognized at Bessie before, really provides our special education leaders, which can oftentimes be a very isolated role, with that networking, with that collaborative space, and with a lot of training and development on best practices for special education leadership at the system level. But this year, we're very excited that we've also launched a cohort of aspiring fellows, or individuals who are not yet current special education directors, but who hope to one day step into this important leadership role in their school system. We have 21 of those individuals currently participating in our Aspiring Fellow program as well. So we're doing all that we can to make sure that we are supporting our new special education directors and those who are aspiring for those roles. Additionally, we have released a variety of resources that can be used by special education leaders statewide, including our guidance for leading inclusive special education programs that we released this past January. As many of you are aware, we've talked quite a bit here at Bessie about how we are supporting our comprehensive recruitment and retention initiative and our partnership through the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force that brings together key stakeholders to ensure that we are adequately addressing the need for high-quality educators statewide. And a part of that conversation has been around our special educators. 27% of special education teachers are uncertified or teaching out of field. And so we've provided a variety of supports, but one thing specifically that we wanted to call out today is that during this year's school system planning process, we had over 100 school systems request funds for 730 educators to receive funding to complete special education certification. And we were able to allocate nearly $3 million of funding to systems to fund this initiative to help certify special education teachers who don't currently have that certification. We've also launched our new teacher experience program in July to provide a comprehensive induction program for our new teachers across the state. And a part of that is some affinity groups where teachers of like content areas are able to come together once again to collaborate and network and not work in isolation. And so we do have an affinity group for our new special education teachers as well in that new teacher program. Additionally, the Teacher Recruitment, Recovery, and Retention Task Force has approved a recommendation to expand the Power to Teacher model in Louisiana, which currently serves over 600 paraprofessionals statewide by providing them a unique pathway for individuals with a passion for students with disabilities and classroom experience to become certified. Additionally, beginning next year, all teacher education programs will be required to teach a course on dyslexia to ensure that educators have the background information necessary to support our students with dyslexia. So these are all ways that we are working to build the capacity of our special educators serving our students with disabilities. In the upcoming year, we will continue to provide support for expanding educator development as we are moving to increasing in-person engagement across the state. We are planning and implementing sessions to build collaborative practices with our SPED directors statewide. This is something that was hindered the last several years due to the pandemic, but we're really excited to welcome folks face-to-face once again. And we're going to be happy to do that with our SPED directors statewide. We also were able to partner with the Louisiana Association of Special Education Administrators. And I know Meredith and her team were so thrilled to be invited to join them to support pupil appraisal staff at a 2-day event this past August where they were able to present to those special education leaders directly. While special education leadership can sometimes be isolating, we want to intentionally model and encourage special educators as crucial members of our system-level decision-making, instructional leadership teams, and teacher collaboration structures. And so Meredith will cover next two really important and I think often overlooked, but I know what a lot of people are very interested in, is special education compliance and funding.
So program compliance is one of our final components of the department's strategy to support our students with disabilities and diverse learners. Our division works very collaboratively with the IDA compliance monitoring unit, our fiscal and budget office, and our legal division to fulfill our guidance, our supervisory and monitoring responsibilities, ensuring that our school systems appropriately educate students with disabilities. The department's general supervision structure is one that is comprehensive, ongoing, ever looking to improve and make sure we're doing those things in the best way. And our annual reporting, our state reporting on school system performance, our IDA grant fund reviews, guidance and technical assistance, all of those are ways that we provide guidance and oversight to our school systems. Two main federal laws provide the framework for supporting our students with disabilities. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act is that federal special education law that provides funds to state ensuring that students with a disability are provided a free appropriate public education that is tailored to students' individual needs and is outlined in an IEP or their individualized education plan. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act is the federal law that does not provide funding but does protect individuals from discrimination based on their disability and ensures that students who meet that eligibility criteria and works with the school building level committee to receive reasonable accommodations and support to access those school services and programs. And it is worth noting, I mentioned before, that generally 504 is particularly relevant when students don't meet that eligibility criteria for IDA. That is an option for those students. So the department also collects data regarding the implementation of IEPs across our state. IDA stipulates that free and appropriate education for students with disabilities occurs in the least restrictive environment. That is, that they are also educated alongside their non-disabled peers as much as possible, with access to that general education curriculum. This decision is made by the IEP team, although the department monitors how much time students with disabilities spend inside the regular class through our data collection and reporting. This is our most recent data for 2021-2022, showing that the vast majority of students with disabilities, here at 68%, spend the majority of their day inside classrooms alongside their peers who are not identified with IEPs. As an aside, we as the department submit this data to the U.S. Department of Ed and the Office of Special Education Programs to receive a determination each year. However, that data is submitted on a delayed cadence, so our most recent OSIP data will reflect 2020, 2021, but again, we wanted to give you all the most recent data here. And also worth noting there that we are meeting our federal targets around that least restrictive environment placement. So IDEA governs how states and public agencies provide early intervention, special education, and related services to eligible infants, toddlers, children, and youth with disabilities. However, the responsibility for implementing IDEA falls among all three of these levels: the federal government, our state government, and our school systems. IDEA authorizes formula grants to states to support special education and related services and early intervention services. It also authorizes discretionary grants to state educational agencies, institutions of higher ed,
other nonprofit organizations to support research, demonstrations, technical assistance, technology development, parent training, and so forth. Additionally, IDA outlines some specific things such as the eligibility and the age of eligibility. It defines free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment, what procedural safeguards for parents, early intervention, and what transition services are required. At the state level, each state education agency develops laws, policies, and guidelines in alignment with IDA that outline our agency's policies and regulations for evaluation, the provision of special education and related services. It also outlines our high-quality teaching and learning environments through both policies such as our state standards and our state guidance. We also provide funding guidance on good stewardship of those funds for our school systems. We also can regulate the provision of services through policy. We also operate as a state, our state dispute resolution processes. And mentioned before, we're working on reviewing those processes now, making sure they still meet the need of our parents and families. We also are required as a state to implement compliance monitoring and enforce the provision of free and appropriate public education. And then also as a state, we are required to operate our state special education advisory panel and use that stakeholder group to help us and advise us around policy and guidance. Many of the responsibilities of implementing supports for students with disabilities occur at the local level, where school systems coordinate things like their school building level committees, their IEP teams, their individualized education programs, meeting students' unique needs, their related services and support provision outlined in those IEPs. School systems conduct child find activities and evaluations at no cost to families. They build strategic plans and leverage their funding to support the needs of their students with disabilities. And they support local stakeholder partnerships and their own local special education advisory councils. Annually, states must submit a state performance plan by February of each year, which reports on the 17 indicators that you see here. The submission uses the previous year's performance data. For example, federal fiscal year 2020 APR, which was submitted this past February 2022, reported on school year 2020-2021 performance. Like many other states, our state does well with compliance measures, but needs improvements on our results measures. In addition to coordinating data for performance reporting on Louisiana as a state, the department, we also release determinations for our school systems that are also in alignment with these indicators, providing information to school systems for how they are performing regarding serving their students with disabilities. And these indicators, you will see, can clearly be connected to the work streams that you have heard Dr. Chasson and I have been talking about throughout this presentation. One of the key responsibilities of the LDOE is to provide this ongoing compliance monitoring, which we provide through our continuous improvement monitoring system. The Continuous Improvement Monitoring System provides an annual tiered ranking of our local school systems, driven by a risk-based analysis process to determine what level of monitoring activities to assign or suggest. 5 areas of risk impact a school system's monitoring assignment, combining both a compliance review alongside performance indicators to drive a focused monitoring experience, elevating really the root cause of what they're seeing in their school system. The monitoring system includes a student performance component for students with disabilities subgroup, comparing that with other students across the state on assessments, such as their English and language, their English and math LEAP assessments, their graduation rates, their dropout rates, and it also includes the LEA determinations that we provide to them that also include the indicators that you saw on the previous slide. And so within each areas of those risks, the 2 most recent years of performance or compliance factors are compared and weighted. We use a quartile methodology. Those points are then earned if growth was determined in each of those factors. Additionally, the risk monitoring integrates our LEA determinations that I just mentioned with those same factors you saw: disproportionality, early childhood transition, their time and accurate submission, their high school transition compliance data, and also any audit findings that we've taken a look at as a state. Their total score will then determine monitoring rank into one of 4 categories: low risk, low moderate, moderate high, and high risk. Those risk rankings then determine the monitoring experience that our school systems receive from the state. Those experiences can range between self-monitoring, desk audits, and on-site monitoring, or a combination when required. Annually, these results are compiled and provided on a monitoring report card, shared with our special ed directors and supervisors in advance of those formal notifications, so that they also have time to take a look at that data and give us, any feedback on those before we release. As a result of annual evaluations, the school systems receive a ranking that shapes their monitoring, ensuring that they receive appropriate monitoring based on their needs, rather than this one-size-fits-all. So following those schools' ratings, they receive the monitoring tools, they receive the protocols, which are standardized, and they align to IDEA. We have received national recognition for our monitoring protocols. Many states have asked us to duplicate our monitoring tools. And then as a result, those annual rating determinations include a menu of options. And so these are all the things that you see here that when they are experiencing that monitoring, what all is considered when we go out and conduct those. So in 2004, LGOE implemented the use of SIR to facilitate reporting of our special education data required by state and federal law and policy. The system had not seen any significant upgrades to its foundation since implementation. So due to its age and technological advancements since implementation, SIR was in need of extensive enhancements to its database structure, its server, and its functions. And so due to its age, it was becoming increasingly difficult to complete very basic and minor enhancements to that system, and so to keep in line with the growing demands. That need for and the scope of that significant enhancement required, which was identified in 2019 and 2020, but were then delayed. Now we have launched our latest special education reporting system. So while we've provided a very brief overview of our broad buckets of work that are very expansive and go really deep, we want to provide a high-level overview of and end this with how this is funded. We believe this is free. We could spend hours. So let's take a look at how we are providing IDEA funding. So IDEA provides formula grants to assist states in meeting those excess costs of providing special education and related services. Funds under this federal formula are combined with state and local at the system level to provide a free and appropriate education. Most IDEA federal funds provided to states are passed directly to our school systems as sub-grantee or formula funds. A small portion determined by OSIP is used as our state set-aside. Our state set-aside application and funding activities are determined alongside our stakeholders beginning annually, 6 months prior to that application deadline each May. Some of our state set-aside funds also go back into school systems. I have 2 different ways that happens here through our high-cost service program and also through competitive funds. And so some of those also go back to our school systems. So this provides, this slide just gives you a brief overview on how we help meet those excess costs. This past school year, school systems were also awarded IDEA American Rescue Plan funds that all flowed out to school systems. Each year, the department completes a grant application that outlines our state level set-aside funds. They're reserved for a variety of specified activities, support and direct services, technical assistance, monitoring our mediation processes that are required, and much of those funds also go to school systems, like I said. Our stakeholders are engaged throughout that process through our SPED advisory panel, public comment processes, other organizations that I partner with, getting this information out there. And we also have a state special ed funding website. When school systems submit their applications for federal sub-grantee funds through our Super App process, they indicate which departmental priorities their spending is supporting. And we also wanted to provide here information about how IDA sub-grantee funds, how those can be accessed by the public. Those are made available on our electronic grants management system linked here on that public access website. So when stakeholders click on that public access link, they can access the dashboard for any school system to see all of their federal funds and the current available funds. And that's the screenshot that you see here. Additionally, school systems across Louisiana have budgeted approximately $36 million in their ESSER funds to support students with disabilities post-pandemic. The majority of these that you see here are budgeted to providing two things. One is very broad, just services for students with disabilities, which, especially as they are providing those services post-pandemic, how they had to think outside the box to deliver those services to students. And then also through compensatory education. Right, so you have $2.4 million roughly for compensatory and just over $33 million for just provision of services to these students post-pandemic. CEIS, or Coordinated Early Intervening Services, is also a funding flexibility under IDEA that targets students not currently identified for special education or related services, but students who need additional academic and behavioral support to succeed in that gen ed environment. The goal is to fund early intervention opportunities to support those students prior to being referred to special education. That is the goal of this flexibility. School systems who are identified as significantly disproportionate or identified for mandatory CEIS and must set aside exactly 15% of their IDA Part B funding for mandatory CEIS activities. The LGOE calculates that significant disproportionality based on race and ethnicity with respect to how systems are identifying their children with disabilities, identification of children with particular impairments, placement of those students with disabilities in particular education settings, and then discipline of our students with disabilities. Mandatory CIS is for students ages 3 through 12 who are not currently identified. And so additionally, school systems may also voluntarily choose to use a portion of their funds for coordinated early intervening services. And so this happens when they have not been flagged as significantly disproportionate, but have identified a need to target some funds to some students that they see are struggling and may need some additional supports. This could be academic intervention, it could be behavior interventions. In order to make the most of this funding, each year our systems go through a very specific planning process for how to improve learning in the coming year. Last January, we released this guidance document that you see here, specifically around for system leaders and our SPED leaders as they were in the middle of that planning process. How do these special ed directors and school system leaders leverage their data to align to their budgets and their spending priorities? And so they're reviewing their student achievement and progress data, building a budget aligned to these priorities. And so we provided some guidance and some community of practice sessions around how to help support them do that. And we'll leave you with this quote. We're happy to take any questions. We know that was, we feel like it was broad, not deep, but could have felt a little bit deep. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge my team who is here. all of the cross-office support of the work that we do with the department, keeping these students at the forefront of all of our conversations, much as you all have done here today. And of course, our school system leaders who are in the audience, various special education leaders that I saw earlier, some have had to leave, and of course, some of the stakeholders and that we have called out, and our parents. Essentially, all of us in this room are stakeholders and individuals who are supporting these children.
Mr. Moore.
Real quick, so thank you so much for the very comprehensive presentation. I'm not sure how familiar other board members were with this area of education, but I really appreciate it. I get a lot of feedback from my constituents with concerns and so forth, so I appreciate your time. Just a couple of quick questions. I appreciated the link that's in the document so parents can go and track the spending. So where would this document be archived so I could reference them, advise them where they can find it?
So this particular presentation is
It's on board doc.
It'll be on board, okay, thank you. And then, so they can find the financials there. With regard to the performance indicators, on slide 29, you referenced the 17 indicators for compliance and results. Where can parents find that? And is that a report that comes to Bessie on a regular basis, or how does that work?
That is a report that we submit annually to OSIP. It is also, our latest data and report is also posted on our website, on our special education funding and reporting website.
Okay. Is that something that we could get just a report that's copied on going forward?
Absolutely.
Is that annual or what?
It is annual.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Nick.
On page 23 of our packet, you talk about the 730 educators that received funding to complete special education certification. Are those funds from ESSER dollars, or is that something that's going to be reoccurring?
Those were ESSER dollars that were one time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Thank you. There is a motion and a second. Is there any other further discussion? And we have public comment. All right. Ms. Robin King, Mike Hill, Ms. Mary Ella Hinman, who apologize, and Ron Willis.
Good afternoon. This is my first Bessie meeting and it's been long, so I appreciate y'all's time that y'all put into this. I'd like to introduce myself. My name's Robin King. I'm the director of the Louisiana Ames Center here in Baton Rouge, but I serve the whole state. My department was formed, I am the director of the Instructional Materials Center. So I served already 1,000 blind students across our state with materials and resources. And then 3 years ago, the Life Group was put over into our program, so we became an Ames Center, which is nationally what most centers are. So our center provides accessible educational materials. And I want to start with a story. I'm going to talk fast because I have limited time. We're having a big conference on diverse learners next week, and we're selected an AT Star to celebrate teachers out in the field. And we got one from Caddo Parish, so I'm kind of spoiling, but someone from Caddo Parish won. But she sent in a video of a little boy in a wheelchair that was nonverbal, that was using an AAC device in his classroom to tell a joke. And I thought, how touching that someone cared enough to make sure this child had access. And so that's what we do. Us on our team make sure every child in the state that's a diverse learner has access to their curriculum, either with technology or with materials that are made accessible. We support the schools. This year we were in 65 parishes last year, 21 charter schools. We have a free inventory for loaning devices. We loaned out 517 devices, which help parishes make decisions on whether or not they want to purchase those devices. Some of them are very expensive. We had over 1,300 hours in consults. We also support schools through the vendor guide. We've also created all of the ELA guidebooks that are developed. We've converted all of those into large print braille into digital files. They all rest on our website for free download for anyone in the state. And we've also partnered with LSU, Southern, and University of Louisiana in Monroe to help train the future educators on accessibility and the importance of making diverse learners having access in their regular classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hill.
I applaud the board's attention and your stamina. It's been a long day for y'all. My name is Mike Hill. I'm the administrative coordinator of pupil appraisal in Calhoun Parish. I also fulfill the role of 504 coordinator and I'm a certified school psychologist. I'm in my 28th year of education and I've seen many iterations of leadership at the state level. What I've observed in the current administration is their willingness to engage in dialogue to make decisions about students, even when the issues are contentious. I've been informed by people who are qualified to make the determination that I can be difficult, and I agree. My wife and I are newly empty nesters. Both of our children are now enrolled in college and live in the dorms, and I remarked to my wife the other day that our arguments have lost their luster. I suppose it's because since the kids are gone, we don't have many issues worth fighting over. It's hard to work up the same fervor for Chinese versus Mexican for dinner as we had for discussions about curfew, or about grounding cell phones, or other issues with the kids. As for my part, I'm willing to vigorously advocate for my position on topics that affect our students with disabilities. I have strong opinions and have expressed concerns with proposed initiatives. I was surprised then when I was asked to participate on the Special Education Advisory Panel, and I wasn't the only one. My supervisor, Dr. Washington at the time, remarked that they might regret their decision. And I was concerned that my strong opinion might not be well received, but I was wrong. The current leadership welcomes difficult conversations, seeks solutions based on consensus, and encourages strong debate. After writing a 3 or 4 page email on my disagreement with the proposed plan, I was personally invited to attend a session teacher leader on the topic. From the SEEK group, I was asked to participate in the committee giving input for the future of LEAP assessment. And this group did a phenomenal job of capturing unfiltered concerns and inputs from the district. At our recent LSSA conference and 504 symposium, we had LDOE members, Ms. Yolanda Oates and Charlene Long, attend and listen to the concerns and complaints that came from those doing day-to-day work, despite Ms. Oates being brand new in that position. I really appreciate the relationship Calcasieu enjoys with the Department of Diverse Learners. I'm very appreciative that, like myself and my wife, the department demonstrates they believe our students are worth having a difficult conversation with.
Thank you. Ms. Corley.
Thank you. My name is Capron Corley. I'm a proud parent and disabilities advocate nationally. And so I do oppose this report, and I have several reasons why. Number one, and I took the time to write it. Number one, this report was not accurate. Children with disabilities made a decline. They did not make it, they did not stay the same. They made a decline in their education, and that was partially due to the exodus of staff. SPED children, SPED is not considered a core subject. So when we talk about the incentives that were provided, I know EBR gave $7,500 for staff that are teaching in core subjects. Special education is not considered a core subject matter, although our special education teachers teach English, math, science, social studies, and all the other things in between. Teaching out of field is due partially because they're not being incentivized. Sir, it's not working. Sir was not working from the first day of school. Senate Education Committee convened yesterday in regards to Sir, where I publicly discussed many problems that school systems statewide is facing with Sir. 68% of our children are not spending time in their least restrictive environment, but in fact in the most restrictive environment called self-contained classrooms. That is not considering the children that are in the entirely most restrictive environment, which is called home. Also, can we please explain why The report for 2020 through 2021 was just provided to OSEP, which is the Office for Special Education, to the U.S. Department of Ed. That is supposed to be provided annually. Annually, Mr. Morris, and it's not. And if you go and pull those reports from the U.S. Department of Ed, it says Louisiana failed to provide that information. So it's a reason for why that information has not been provided, but it's not being brought to y'all, our elected members. That is something that actually has to be taken into consideration. When you look at slides number 11, 15, 17, 27 through 30, and thus far, the information was not accurate on our state or on our individuals with disabilities. You need to bring more parents of children with disabilities to the table so they can give you a realistic perspective of what is occurring. I am one of those parents that talk to Betsy Board Member Mr. Ronnie Morris on a constant about our children with disabilities and what our Betsy Board is failing to listen to and actually address as it relates to our children. Please, please, please don't actually invite our federal government to come in and probe, because once you get them in, you can't get them out. Thank you.
Is Miss Mary Ella Hammer qualified? Okay, that's the end of public comment. Dr. Davis.
I would just like to say that I have found my service on the Special Education Advisory Panel enormously beneficial. I have learned so much about our special education community and the concerns of our educators, as well as our parents and our advocates. And I appreciate this report today that really gives a comprehensive look at what the department is trying to do when it comes to serving our special education children. And I will say that I had the opportunity, I was invited to sit in on a meeting with Superintendent Brumley, as well as Ms. Jordan, Ms. Chasson, with two advocates who were there to complain about how special education is being implemented in our districts. And I think that it is worth noting that they brought to us that in 2012, the Department of Education had 100 people who were charged with special education monitoring and support services across the state of Louisiana, and the office currently has, I believe the number is 8. And so what we are dealing with, I think, in some of the concerns of parents and advocates across our state is a result of the drastic budget cuts that took place under the previous gubernatorial administration that we have yet to recover from. And so I am hopeful that as our budget in the state continues to look better, that the department might continue asking for extra, might consider asking for extra positions to serve our children with special needs. Thank you.
Any other comments? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 37, item 4.1, consideration of an update report regarding the Accountability Council. The LD recommendation is to receive the minutes of the Accountability Council meeting held September 12, 2022, and approve the appointment of Ingrid Fields to the membership of the Accountability Council.
Thank you. May I have a motion? Ms. Holloway, Ms. Orange, second. Dr. Brumley, is there any presentation? We have one, before we get to the public comment, Ms. Cole, if you want to make your way down. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Ms. Corbin.
Thank you. Name Karonda Corley, Parent Disabilities Advocate. Thank you, Dr. Davis. I did not mean to exclude you because I know I speak with mostly every board member, Bessie board member. I thank Ms. Holloway because she used to be our Bessie person for our with seat. And Dr. Davis has been a wonderful asset as well. And I did request that yesterday at the Senate Education Committee in regards to more funding so that we can bring back the ombudsman program that we used to have once upon a time with LDOE that we currently don't have. Why I am writing to oppose things dealing with our, accountability council is because we never look at what accountability really and truly looks like, especially as it relates to our individuals with disabilities that are in our school systems. So when I talk about accountability, I'm talking about student behavior discipline, mental health, and what that looks like as we address it. That is not at the forefront. That should be at the forefront when we talk about an accountability council. Because a lot of things are happening to our children, and one of them is we are propelling them into the school to prison pipeline based off of discipline and behavior. And behavior is something that you get when you have a child that has Tourette's. They have verbal tics, which causes them to have outbursts of profanity, if you will. And that outburst is used as a weapon to put that child in the school to prison pipeline. Last time, one of the times that I was here, I actually came to the microphone and I spoke about a child actually having the police arrest them right then. That child had Tourette's. Other children that are actually weaponized and demonized are children with autism, children with CVI, children that are nonverbal, children that have orthopedic impairments. Those disabilities are being used against them, and there is no accountability that is actually put in place to actually address how staff in our school systems should actually look at our children. So when I come here every single time and speak on every single thing, because I do have cards on the next few, it is because our children with disabilities are never at the forefront. But you are definitely costing our families a lot of money, because we have to pay lawyers to then go to the juvenile detention center, or if the child is over 18, because children with disabilities between 18 and 21 can still be in secondary education. We are then putting them in adult systems. So you're costing our parents unnecessary money. And there is no accountability towards the staff because the staff have no supports. So I think that when we talk about an accountability council, we need to talk realistically about what accountability really looks like. Because again, we're not implementing, monitoring, or enforcing. Thank you. And do you want me to stay here for the next one? Because I know I got to speak on that.
You can stay there, that's fine.
Okay. Just keep me from walking.
Mr. Castile.
Mr. Chairman, I asked the indulgence of President Garvey and Chair Kira Orange-Jones that the School Innovation Committee meeting has a very important item. And I have to catch a flight to go to Washington. And I'd like for that item to be considered before I leave. Ms. Corley, can I also beg your indulgence and ask that we take the CIP committee meeting up sooner rather than later for consideration?
Sure, no problem at all. Did I submit a card on that one? I submitted so many cards, I forgot which ones I submitted. I know for sure I did 5.1 A3J. I know, I should just have a seat up there right by me, because if I didn't put a card, I am sitting next to the staff to provide more. Somebody have to bring some humor to the board, because I mean, y'all keep us in here all day, literally. Can we start providing food and drink, like as a friendly thing to the people that attend?
Mr. Castillo, we're waiting to hear back on it, if we can do that. As soon as I get an answer, I will let you know.
Absolutely.
So he's wanting to move this
Correct.
and leave me behind.
Yes.
So sorry.
You got it.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there any objection to this motion? No. Next item, please.
All right. Your next item is on page 43, item 4.3, consideration of an update report regarding the Superintendent's Advisory Council. LD recommendations to approve.
Can I have a motion? Ms. Orange-Jones, second by Dr. Davis. Superintendent Brown.
Now, Dr. Brumley, you don't have to make your presentation very long. I promise you, we all know you do great work. You get me to say you do great work.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Greatly appreciate it. Dr. Bowman, if I may, I think this is the one where we're going to hear from Mr. David Claxton, and he's gone, I'm seeing. So I think this was, once we, Mr. Castellanos, Ms. Davis just walked in, and once we moved or deferred the accountability.
So Mr. Jenkins is here, who is the president of the association. I'm not certain if they intend to give a presentation or they're waiving.
Okay, they're waiving. Okay. So, Ms. Corley, you have a comment card. I know Mr. Claxton is not here, but he did submit a comment card earlier wishing to speak and submit work. Ms. Corley.
Yes, okay. So,
Ms. Corley and I spent 30 minutes yesterday visiting as well. So.
Ms. Corley, this is in relation to the SAC minutes?
yes, sir. See, Dr. Bromley and I, we love each other so much.
Ms. Corley.
Yes, sir.
May I comment on interrupt you?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
I'd like to move that we recess this meeting so that we can take up the SID committee agenda items that the EBR school representatives are here to present on.
A second, yeah.
A second, is there any opposition? Okay, no opposition, we will recess, meeting sit, and then for that. How long do we need to? We have 5 minutes. Call this meeting of the Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee back to order. When we left off, we were on public comment for item number 4.3. Ms. Corley, you were the only public comment regarding staff.
Okay, so as it relates to SAC, I know that, first and foremost, my name is Karonda Corley, Parent and Disabilities Advocate National. And as it relates to the Superintendent's Advisory Council, they rare, and I'm using the word rarely very loosely, it's rare. It's real rare. Like, you know how people say there's an orange moon? This would be a glittering moon. That's how often children with disabilities are brought up at the Superintendent's Advisory Council. So when I speak about children with disabilities, I think that it is something that needs to be discussed at every council's meeting, because children with disabilities, there is no way for us to get away from them. And we do know that as we continue to live in our wonderful state of Louisiana, which is mostly petrochemicals and Cancer Alley, we will continue to have more and more children that are being born with disabilities. So we have to be realistic about it, right? What we put into, what we discuss as it relates to children with disabilities. And a lot of that, what we know that our superintendents are posed with is policies. Superintendents create policies. And superintendents not only create policies, but they also create budgets. And those budgets that they create actually deals with the money and how the money is actually spent and utilized and how it actually touches and impacts the classrooms. So we actually, when we talk about the Superintendent's Advisory Council, they're not discussing realistically what any of that would look like for a child with a disability. And that is something that needs to be put and included in these reports. That's also something that needs to be included in the meetings. One of the things that I love about Dr. Bromley is that Dr. Bromley actually, when he was the superintendent of Jefferson Parish, he actually had their special education department revamped. He had Massachusetts come in and actually help them with revamping their school system as it relates to children with disabilities, but also the policies. They created one of the best policies statewide in regards to ABA being allowed in the school system, which right now we currently don't have happening in some of our school systems. So I bring this up because there are many laws that impact and affect our children with disabilities that the superintendents don't necessarily know about, but also don't discuss in that Superintendent Advisory Council that we actually need them to address and actually include in their reports. And any questions you have, I'm always happy to answer.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I don't think there's any, I know you got something with the next one.
Okay.
Are there any comments or questions from the board on item 4.3?
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 57, item 5.1, consideration of revisions to bulletins in response to legislation of the 2022 regular legislative session. The LD recommendation is to approve as notices of intent and declarations of emergency as outlined.
Can I have a motion? Mr. Morris, Dr. Davis, Dr. Bowman, is there any presentation? Any comments from the board, questions? We do have some public comment. Mr. Bruce Chapin supports the recommendation, does not wish to speak. Ms. Veronica Corley does wish to speak.
Okay, we're on all of 5.1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Name is Karonda Corley, parent and disabilities advocate nationally. Okay, so when a lot of the legislation actually passed, I don't know how often Bessie actually looks at these bulletins and look at the language that's actually put into the bulletins, but a lot of the language that's actually put does not mimic, reflect, or imitate in any shape or form the language that the actual legislation actually states. So, when we look at these bulletins and how you're going to change it, we actually need to make sure that you use the exact same language. And I can speak about some of these directly off the record to actually let you look at what the language looks like and actually look at the actual laws in which it says that they are promulgated or are actually supposed to be in line with. And that's not the case. Most of these bulletins do not coincide with the actual laws that they're supposed to be reflective of. And that's a problem because it negatively impacts our children with disabilities. As it relates to Bulletin 126, Charter Schools regarding bullying, there's actually a law that was passed by Senator Katrina Jackson that's actually supposed to impact all of our school systems as it relates to bullying. But I don't see that reflected, well, I do see it now, but that language that you're going to use probably is not going to be actually what Senator Katrina Jackson's law states. And that's a problem, right? Also, you actually have an advisory council for student behavior and discipline that actually is supposed to advise Bessie as it relates to things like this. That's part of their task with doing. And so you cannot actually bring something to the table that has yet to reach that actual board. That would be the same as what we did with the accountability framework. You actually was bringing that to the table and it had yet to reach the special education advisory panel, who has the federal obligation to actually advise Bessie. So when you talk about how we're going to put these bulletins in perspective and what the language is going to look like, each one of these councils and bodies actually have an obligation federally and legally to actually make sure that children with disabilities are not impacted in a negative way, but that the language actually mirrors what it's supposed to do, and that they're actually doing their due diligence on advising Bessie like they're legally supposed to. And so I would actually ask that you actually put this one, 5.1, all of it, A through J, on hold until you can meet, until those respective bodies can actually meet, look at the language, and actually be able to do their due diligence of advising Bessie in the proper manner. And I have any questions you have, I'm willing to answer.
Thank you. And board members, I did forget to point out, there is an update that was passed out to everyone today. If you're looking for it, it specifically deals with section 2305.
Please consider dust control. We are done working on the fire systems for today. Also, ready for dust control. We are done working on the fire systems for today. Also,
All right. And having said that, are there any questions, any opposition to that?
I don't see that handout with the updated version. Is it just a one-pager?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Dr. Becker, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, yeah.
Is there any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item.
Your next item is on page 84, item 5.2, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 111, the Louisiana School District and State Accountability System regarding our alternative school accountability. The LD recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent, and updated information has been distributed.
May I have a motion? Mr. Garvey, Dr. Davis, Superintendent.
Thank you. This is just an update to Bulletin 111 to match language and policy to the practices that were actually adopted in 2019. These changes have been included in several updates since 2021. At this time, we're separated from the rest of the accountability stuff that we've already dealt with today, but we, of course, are recommending that this be approved.
Are there any questions? Mr. Garvey.
Yes, I have a question. I was wondering how it was that we implemented these changes in years past without the policy being changed.
I can't answer that, Mr. Garvey, other than letting you know that we know that it did not happen in 2019, and we need to make sure that it happens today.
That's not reassuring.
Okay. I could implement some other new accountability proposals.
Without changing policy? Yeah.
We have a precedent.
Right, now we do. Okay, thanks.
And board members, there was a supplement passed out earlier today with the latest version of it. Are there any questions before we go to public comment? Mr. Langley, did you have something? Okay, you just, okay. Ms. Millie Harris.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Millie Harris, Executive Director of JCFA. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak this evening. We have worked very closely with the Department of Education on alternative accountability for a number of years now. And what I believe Superintendent was trying to say is that when the policy was originally passed, there were some things that were passed in policy but not reviewed in process. So how data is pulled and reviewed is a little different than what you write in policy. And when Bessie approved the policy, initially there was supposed to be a 3-year probation period of the policy, and Bessie thankfully waived that so that alternative schools could be more fairly evaluated. Well, through that process, we've worked with Jennifer Beard every year on looking at exactly what the policy says versus how you can pull that policy. So for instance, one of the things is that for core credit attainment, if a senior needs fewer than 3 core credits in a semester to graduate, they would end up getting a lower score because they're not earning the 3 credits which gives you the 150. So they should be removed from the numerator and the denominator because if they only need a half credit, you would get 25 points. That student is still a success, but you're getting 25 out of 150 points. That would look negative, or worse yet, if they had no core, no English, no math, no science, no social studies, they only had Spanish and PE left to take, you would get a 0 for them. So instead of that student counting negatively against you, they remove them from the numerator and the denominator. And that's one of the policy fixes that's being presented to you all. So it's about fixing the process to match the policy and the policy to match the process so that data is correctly pulled and accurately reflects what the policy is designed to do. And again, I think part of it was we implemented it, it went to work, we didn't have a chance to work out the kinks of how they pull the data and review it. We really would appreciate approval of this because it aligns the processes and the policies to get the outcome that the policy originally was designed to create and doesn't give a headache to the department staff who's pulling that information and trying to get the correct information pulled. So I hope that you all would consider and pass these revisions.
And so, Ms. Harris, Millie has been really helpful around this, but I do mean what I said, like this policy was not in place and calculations were made and the policy wasn't in place. So I appreciate the reframe, but I do mean what I said, that the policy was not in place. Mr. Lambert, do you have any additional feedback around that?
Yeah, the policy was very specific in how the calculation was done. For example, it was very specific about the number of credits to earn. It did not contemplate semester days. It was very cut and dry, very specific in the way that it was written. We are bringing updates to actually match the way that the coding was done for this based off the feedback from the field that the policy as adopted did not work the way that the schools work in terms of how the schools take students in, what grade they actually graduate at, and we are not certain why the policy was not updated when it was determined that the policy could not be implemented in a way that they thought was fair, but we are here today to update that policy.
Okay, thank you. There is one, and I skipped over it, I'm sorry, Ann Catherine Lene did not wish to speak, but supports the motion. Ms. Corley.
My name is Karanda Corley, parent and disabilities advocate. One of the things that they did not say that this policy does not do, it does not take children with disabilities into consideration. Children with disabilities are disproportionately represented in all of our alternative schools statewide. Our children with disabilities are not just pushed. When I say they are in the school to prison pipeline, they go to the alternative school first. And because the alternative school does not have the supports and don't have anything in place as it relates to how they're going to work with our children with disabilities, then the next place for them is juvenile detention. If you don't believe me, go look at them. Go look at any juvenile detention center that we have in any of your parishes. Go look at any of your alternative schools. You're gonna see that more than 50% of the individuals there have an IEP. An IEP, that means they have one of the exceptionalities that the federal government has approved for these children to actually receive support that they're not receiving in the regular classroom or in the special ed classroom to actually have to come into an alternative school. We can't give an accountability, we cannot put in place something dealing with accountability for an alternative school if we haven't done anything dealing with the alternative framework for the regular schools. We have to make sure our children can actually be successful in a regular school first before we start addressing alternative schools. Why would we want them to go to an alternative school? Ask me that as a parent. I don't want my child to go to no alternative school. I want my child to go to a public school and actually be around non-disabled peers every single day. That's not what's happening at an alternative school. Alternative school is now becoming a land or a environment of nothing but children with disabilities. And what you're doing as a body is creating a segregated environment. Segregated environment, which will open you up to the Office of Civil Rights to come in. Why? Because you have to provide them with stuff realistically in the least restrictive environment, which is your regular classroom. Regular classroom. So no, I'm not in support of coming up with more accountability that's going to allow them to push more kids with disabilities into their building. Because if you don't want to think about anything else, think about this. Alternative schools exist, and guess what? They exist courtesy of the body. Everybody that's in there is a dollar sign. Every single one. And that's the only way that they can stay open. It's no different than a penal system. Parishes stay open by bodies.
Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Any opposition to the motion? Seeing no opposition, motion passes. Next item, please.
Next item is on page 98, item 5.4, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741 non-public, Louisiana Handbook for Non-Public School Administrators regarding credit recovery. The recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
May I have a motion? Dr. Davis, Mr. Rock, second. That is their presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? Ms. Corley.
I need to introduce myself again. Let
For
me
the record,
introduce
yes.
myself again. Just in case y'all forgot who I am, I'm Karanda Corley, Parent and Disabilities Advocate National. So as it relates to credit recovery, our children with disabilities, once they are propelled into the school to prison pipeline, the only way that they can receive their credits to graduate with a high school diploma is through credit recovery. And so they have to take those classes in order to receive their Carnegie credit hours. It's a problem, right? It's a problem statewide. But again, we have to make sure that parents of children with disabilities are actually at the forefront to actually talk about what this realistically look like for their child that has been put in a position to have to deal with credit recovery. I know a lot of the children with disabilities that attended school in these hybrids, the virtual schools, they're actually having to go through this credit recovery because that was not considered a real true, the virtual school was not really being looked at initially as a real true means of education, and those virtual schools were not providing the accommodations for our children with disabilities. And to give you one disability that was not providing accommodations for, children that are blind. They were not providing the accommodations in Braille. Another one, children that may have some type of orthopedic impairment. They were not providing them with devices to allow them to actually be able to matriculate through their actual courses. So these problems cause these children to not actually be able to receive their credits like they need to. And as a result, they're having to go through credit recovery. But what credit recovery look like for a child with disability is still not providing them with support. And also, as we continue to allow this body to continue to push everything and pass it, what is the promulgation stage gonna look like when the public can give their public comment, right? You have to look at what it's gonna look like for individuals with disabilities to be able to provide their comment before you can actually make this official. They have to be, realistically, you're not providing people with disabilities access to really be able to give their input as well. I know plenty of self-advocates that are gonna need people to write for them, or those that use our gate system. How exactly are they gonna be able to provide their public comment? So I'm saying all this to state that you're not listening to, if you don't listen to me, listen to some of those self-advocates. Because a lot of those self-advocates can tell you they can't matriculate into the building because it's not all the way in ADA compliance, but they also can't do credit recovery because that's not in ADA compliance. So when I spit out these federal laws to you, I actually just bring it back to you. Ask Wayne T. Stewart where he at. I know he's somewhere in this building if you're not in court. Hammond Seals, Adams, Geis, Jonas, and Perkins would tell you, please, please, please don't have me invite the feds into this system.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, motion passes. Next item.
The next item is on page 100, item 5.5, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741 Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators regarding student attendance data reporting. The LD recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
Can I have a motion? Dr. Davis, Rock, second.
Mr. Miller, this item was a request from Mr. Morris, I believe, for us to come back to the board with policy language for this meeting. You have that there, and it indicates that no later than December 1st, 2023, the website of each public school shall contain a link to the school attendance data page designated by LDOE. And so you have that before you and with the recommendation to approve.
Any questions or comments? Corley, I know you have public comment.
Yes, Corona Corley, proud parent and disabilities advocate nationally. Okay, so as it relates to student attendance data reporting, Senator Abraham with the Senate Education Committee actually brought up a bill that actually passed into law regarding student attendance, not just for the students that are in the school system, but also for those students that are being homeschooled. That's something that this here is not covering, and actually should. I agree with you, Mr. Morris, that we actually do need a link on the website that actually allow us to access data, because that would actually help the task force with student behavior, discipline, and mental health to actually be able to have that information so that we can know how many children are actually not able to attend school. As you know, children with disabilities often have it reflected in their IEPs that they may have a disability that interferes with their attendance, such as mine. I'm going to use my child as an example. My child, by him having autism, he also has sleep disturbance. A lot of children that have autism does not do not sleep at night like normal people have 8 hours. No, we nicknamed it Club Correct, because that's my child's name, and we nicknamed it Club Correct because we're watching Mickey Mouse Clubhouse and everything else, and we're up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, dancing and everything else in between to make sure he don't elope out my house. But by the time he may go to sleep, which may be 6 o'clock a.m., I'm tired, Miss Mama. I fall asleep too. So we may not wake back up until 10 o'clock, and then I'm having to get him dressed and actually matriculate him into the school arena. Guess what? They would normally count that against him and have me in court for truancy. And because we have it addressed in his IEP as well as in his health plan that he have a diagnosis of sleep disturbance, I'm not put into the system with truancy. And that data is reflected, showing that he may have checked in late, but that it's excused due to him having that medical diagnosis. That is something that is very imperative that we make sure that, that when we talk about attendance reporting, that we actually make sure it is reflected. How many of our children are not attending school due to them actually having an actual medical diagnosis that interferes with them? I know when my child has had spinal cord surgery due to his rare form of spina bifida, that was something that had to be documented as well, that they had to actually put in the attendance and code. But also when children are exposed and contact COVID-19 in their quarantine, that also have a special code that is reflected in the attendance record. So yes, Mr. Morris, I truly appreciate you asking for that link, but I also think that we need to look at making sure that it reflects the actual code, because a lot of this is marked as unexcused when it should be excused.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
Next item is on page 102, item 5.6, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 1566, Pupil Progression Policies and Procedures regarding summer literacy interventions. The LD recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
May I have a motion? Mr. Garvey. I have a second.
It's to approve the department's recommendation with an amendment. Should I read the amendment now or after I get a second?
I think we probably need to hear the amendment before we do that.
Right, that's what I would think. I would like to amend it to add a provision that provides as follows. Prior to a student being retained, a school building level committee meeting may be called by the school or parent to determine if retention or another option for additional student support is in the child's best interest.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. Is there a second? Mr. Locke. Okay. Superintendent Brumley?
A little bit of background. This is, we all know that during the last legislative session, we heard a bill around the students who are not reading on grade level by the end of third grade, were not on level, that they would be retained. That bill ended up being heard within the last 48 hours of session, meaning it needed a supermajority to pass. So it passed by majority, but it did not pass with a supermajority. And so Mr. Mellerin and myself worked for some time to think about a policy, particularly around while our systems had COVID dollars available to them, that we might could provide some additional supports. We rolled out an initial policy about, a month ago, received feedback on that policy. We're able to make some adjustments on who can provide the additional support during the summer, the teacher ratios, and we also narrowed the focus to third and fourth graders, as opposed to kindergarten, first, second, third, and fourth graders. It's a sunset policy, so it is only applicable for 2 summers, which coincides with the amount of time that school systems have their stimulus dollars. It is not a retention policy. It is the child, if they are not on grade level by the end of the year on the screener, they can receive 30 additional hours of support by a teacher or a tutoring provider, and then promote to the next grade. It did have a provision that said if if the child did not participate in the summer program, that they would be retained. Mr. Garvey's amendment enables the schools to, in lieu of simply doing a retention, the schools could call a school building level committee meeting, or the parent could, and that group of individuals, adults, should have conversation around what are the best options for that child moving forward. Is it retention? Is it a program that provides additional support after school, before school, during the school day for the next year? So what we have done is just try to modify the policy along the way to make it as acceptable as it possibly can, but at the same time recognizing that this year's third and fourth graders are the most impacted students of any students as a result of the pandemic. They were kindergartners when the year was cut in third, or first graders. If they were in hurricane impacted areas, their first grade or second grade year was impacted. The same with the following year worth of hurricane. And so when we look at our student data in ELA from last year in grades 3 through 8, we see that every grade was able to produce growth year over year from the previous year, with the exception of last year's third grade, which would be this year's fourth grade, which tells us there's a tip of the iceberg issue, because if it is impacting last year's third grade, this year's fourth grade, it has to also probably be impacting last year's second grade, this year's third grade. So this is simply making sure at the end of the year, we screen these kids, we know where they stand, we offer them 30 additional hours of support in the summer. If they do not attend that 30 additional hours, the school or the parent can call a meeting of the adults in the building, talk about that child's status, and talk about things they might could do up to and including retention. But that would be a decision of that SBLC. And so we have put this policy in as good of a place that we believe we can put it, that continues to eliminate the need to provide focus to this year's third and fourth graders.
Ms. Holloway.
I just want to make sure it's clear that SBLC has that ability to determine if that child moves forward with interventions or retention, either one. Okay, thank you.
So with that, Mr. Mallory, I need to know exactly where the wording, where it's going to go.
It's going
I heard the words, but where would you put that?
to C5, I think we're just adding it to the end.
Well, you say it under C3, that students not participating shall be retained in the grade level during the subsequent year. You're going to leave that?
I believe that by adding a C5, it will clearly spell out that that is an option, but if the school or the parent wants to call it SBLC, that the student would not have to be retained, but instead there could be other options available up to and including retention. If you have a suggestion on that, Ms. Davis, we're happy to adjust there, but it feels like it fits with C5.
So you're going to retain in grade level, and then number 5 is one to say, can you say it again, Mr. Garvey?
Yes, ma'am. Prior to a student being retained, a school building level committee meeting may be called by the school or parent to determine if retention or another option for additional student support is in the child's best interest.
I don't think you can say shall in number 3 and then say it's optional.
If we change shall to may, I think that was.
And is it understood that they can pass this child?
The school building level committee.
Correct.
Yes.
So we'll need to capture that amended language 3 and change shall to may, underline, and then add a 5. Got to get that in the minutes.
Any other questions, Dr. Booker?
I want to acknowledge the focus on these cohorts of students. And so when we saw the data from last year, this really stood out. So I appreciate the focus on these cohorts of students. I think it's incredibly important that we give these students additional supports and interventions. to be able to catch up for the learning that they apparently lost. So I certainly appreciate that. The other piece is I do appreciate the flexibility with the policy. I have some concerns about there not being a common assessment across our state. We don't have one universal screener. I know the department is in the works of getting that in place. I think that's critical work. I look forward to it being finished. And then I also want to point out, because I think it's important that we all pay attention to the research on interventions or things that we put in place, and that they're actually negative impacts of retention on students. And so that's something that everyone needs to understand, is that there's not just research, but you can find a meta-analysis of lots of research on retention, and it has a harmful impact on students. And so I just want to be careful that by making this action, and I feel comfortable with the action as we have it presented today, but what I don't want is to create confusion in the field about retention, because the research is clear on it.
Mr. Moore.
Yeah, a couple things. I want to get clarification on the retention interpretation. Are we saying that if the child doesn't attend 30 hours, they're going to be retained unless the school board and the parents intervene? Or are we saying that the retention is totally at the discretion of the parents and the school system?
So the student would have the screener at the end of the year. If they're not on grade level on the screener, they should participate in 30 hours of additional support with the teacher. We believe in our teachers that they can do the good work. If they don't do that, the previous policy said that they must be retained. What this now says is the school building level committee, not the school board. The school building level committee, which is a team of, you said the term, it's a team of adults in the building that then would meet with the parent, and they would meet together and determine, is retention best, or is there a different process that we should undergo to make sure that we're accounting for the fact that this child is behind where he or she should be. And I just think that forcing that to happen, bringing those individuals together around the student's status is probably a good thing, because it's going to focus all the adults in the building to work together to support the needs of the kids.
Okay, so bottom line, the school building committee is totally at their discretion, and would belong with the parent?
Yes.
Okay. Other question is, will it be a baseline established going into that 30 hours of literacy intervention, and will there be some way to assess at the end of the 30 hours if there was actually any literacy gain?
Yeah, so what we will do, if this policy is approved, is we will write like guidelines on things that need to happen or could happen as a result of this passing, and that could include like a free and a closed assessment.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate some feedback this fall of next year on the outcomes. Thank you.
Ms. Allen.
Yeah, I have a question about, it says scoring below grade level on the end of the year, LGOE approved literacy assessment. What is that?
The assessment? Yeah. So right now, our schools have 4 different screeners that they use at the beginning of the year. And so there are end of the year versions for all of those screeners. And so they would just, instead of using the beginning of the year, they would essentially just use the end of the year screener.
So they do that with, I guess I wasn't familiar that they do that with 3rd and 4th graders.
3rd graders, not 4th, so we'll have to provide that.
Okay, so something.
And it would not be an additional cost, because the screeners, one of the screeners is at no charge.
Okay, because the lead data would be a little delayed.
Well, and that's why we don't have a reading test only. You know, we have ELA, which is essentially the closest. So that's why we also put a provision in that says that when scores come back, if the child is at basic or above on the ELA, they need to go ahead and promote.
Any other questions? Dr. Davis.
So You know, I know that schools have already prepared budgets for how they are planning to spend their ESSER dollars. So, have you heard from districts surrounding what they believe this policy is going to do to their current budget plans regarding their funding?
One of the things that systems have to do as part of comeback is budget for academic recovery and acceleration. And so we already see funding in place for summer programs. We've had the most extensive summer programs I think we've ever seen in the past couple of years. And so these children will just assimilate into that program.
Any other questions from the board for comment? We've had a lot of public comment. I'm going to start with those individuals that do not wish to speak. Mr. Marcus Thomas does not wish to speak and opposes the recommendation. Paxton Tedley does not wish to speak, opposes the recommendation. Joe Murphy does not wish to speak, opposes the recommendation. Danielle Fontenot does not wish to speak and has information only. Terrence Lockett does not wish to speak, but supports the recommendation. Ms. Corley?
Yes.
Let me call several individuals down. Corley, Kate Nahuk, June Clark Jackson, and Mr. David Alexander. Ms. Corley? No.
Oh, you was ready for me, because I was going to allow him to speak first.
Let's just go down and look at your file. Go ahead.
Okay, my memory serves me correct. I read the newspaper article that, that spoke about, Dr. Brumley wanting the summer literacy interventions to take place during summer school for our children. That will impact and affect our children with disabilities that participate in extended school year. I have a child with autism that normally attends extended school year under regression recoupment and critical points 1 and 2. So when we talk about what this is going to look like for summer literacy interventions, we definitely had questions at the Special Education Advisory Panel on that specific topic. We wanted to know what would that look like for our children with disabilities throughout this state. Because a lot of our children in the state that have a disability do attend extended school year. And so if you're saying that there's going to be 30 hours, who's going to actually provide that intervention or that literacy component? What teachers? Because during extended school, during the summertime, East Baton Rouge Parish, I'm going to use them as an example. We do have extended school year, we have summer school, we have credit recovery, and we also have summer enrichment programs that have a focus on science and English, ELA. So when we talk about, and all of these programs have teachers teaching. So what teachers are we going to have to actually do these summer literacy interventions, and how is that going to be supplemented for our children with disabilities? Also, you proposed using the school building level committee. That falls under Rehabilitation 504 Act, right? That doesn't fall up under IDEA. So every time you have an SBLC meeting, that actually brings in another component of a law for a family of an individual with a disability to actually utilize. So then we actually have individuals that are part of a school building level committee meeting that do not necessarily know our children, that are going to have an impact or a conversation in regards to whether or not our children should be retained or be promoted to the next grade. So when we talk about what literacy interventions are going to look like, we have to be realistic about it, because it's not going to help our children with disabilities in our seat. You can ask Meredith Jordan. She was present. Seat committee, seat panel that advises Bessie brought those questions up, and we actually stayed there way longer, hours longer than what we anticipated, just like we're doing today in this meeting. Thank you.
David Alexander, Ascension Schools. I was in opposition to the policy as it was written, but I appreciate the amendment, and just wanted to echo my support. Obviously, I understand the intent of the policy, and I appreciate Dr. Brumley's attention to our third and fourth graders, and really K through 4, all of them, in terms of their status on reading. We will be supporting those that are behind in some way, shape, or form. I think mandatory retention is a bad idea, and you have obviously solved that. So I think we're in a good place with this at this point.
Ms. Jackson?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I mistakenly said good morning in my notes because I thought I'd be out of here by noon. I'm mistaken. But I'm very happy to be here. Dejanay Clark Jackson again. I serve as the president of the Center for Literacy and Learning. It's been a minute since I've been at this table, so I'd like to take just a brief second to remind you about who we are and what we do. So for over 30 years, the center has served educators providing high-quality professional development opportunities with a focus on school readiness and early literacy. The organization's reach includes child care centers, public, private, and charter schools, community entities, and parents and caregivers. Our staff represents voices on the Early Literacy Commission, the Early Child Care and Education Commission, and the Special Education Advisory Panel. So over the past 3 years, we have worked diligently with legislators, schools, and the Department of Education and other stakeholders to ensure our state is in the best position to move forward with intentionality around all of our literacy efforts. We are best positioned now, more than ever, to make lasting and impactful change. And with a great leadership at the department, a great vision of legislation, and continued support from organizations like ours, we will continue to turn the corner for our kids. So while we applaud the effort of the leadership to implement this policy change in this academic year, there are some unintentional or maybe some unintentional consequences as a result. And so we offer these facts for you to consider as you make your decision. And even hearing the amendment, some conversation around that. So the policy requires all third and fourth grade students to repeat the grade for which they are below grade level at the end of year LGOE approved literacy assessment. As stated, there has not been an identified assessment, universal assessment to date. Other than attendance, the current policy has no measure of success or student growth post 30-hour intervention. And I do acknowledge Dr. Brumley's mention of putting that in guidance. And then finally, LEAP does or will not assess the same skills as literacy-specific assessment, yet we are allowing students to not participate in the summer program based on their scores on the LEAP, which is not the equivalent of that literacy assessment. So the amendment seems to be very reminiscent of students' individual reading plans that was put out by the department as of late, and normal pupil progression that already exists in school buildings. So we know that student success is a collective goal, and we aim to remain focused and intentional in our efforts to ensure consistency and timeliness in our policy and practices. So thank you for your time, and I hope you can take good consideration of this.
Thank you.
Good evening. While I am actually Sarah Vandergrift Kelly, I'm here on behalf of Kate Mihawk, who was here before but had to leave when the ran out of time with scheduling adjustments for those committees. On behalf of Kate, she did ask me to come and relay the concerns expressed by the entire New Orleans, and as my boss will tell you, the entire charter school community. While we are appreciative of hearing the amendments proposed, because I can say I think I may have been one of the lone red cards giving public testimony at the legislature this past year against mandatory retention. We think this more collaborative is a good step. Where Kate and the other charter school leaders agree is that we continue to get caught up still in this sort of in charter school 2 aspect. So every time you all want to address policy or add policy, it's like, oh, they're public schools, add charter schools too. But what you don't forget when you're putting on mandates like this, it's a big difference when you have a single site LEA versus an entire school system like Jefferson Parish. The original mandates that this policy requires, sure, a district like Jefferson Parish could figure it out. They can share resources. They weren't having to have these summer schools at each individual school. It just had to be offered across the district for those who qualify. But think about each individual charter school having to do it, having to scramble to find teachers, to find their transportation, to find the additional costs. It's not an apples to apples comparison. It is truly apples to oranges, and we are fairly getting caught up in this concept, yet we're the ones that get on the chopping block each December. And no one feels that more than New Orleans charter schools. I can already tell you that with our decreasing population, we have about 10 schools too many open. And so they are already feeling about a dozen schools are going to be on the chopping block within the next 2 to 3 years, simply from the fact of our population. So if there's any group of entity that's working there, I got to say a word I shouldn't say in public. They're working around the clock, hosting morning hours, free morning hours with kids, after school hours, summer school. They're already doing these things. To then come and be told, again, act like districts, here's mandates that you have to do. So we just ask, whenever you all come through this, have a long pause of, does this make sense? Is this actually what is in the spirit of what charter schools are supposed to be? And recognize when they say that there is actually a distinct hardship. There is a distinct hardship between a single-site LEA charter school and something like a Jefferson Parish school system that can more readily implement these level of policy demands. Thank you.
I'm just curious, if you guys have an alternative approach or alternative recommendation for these students that don't pass the literacy test at end of the year.
I don't know if Caroline would like to come in and answer this. But in terms of charter school, in terms of New Orleans, the New Orleans groups would tell you, like, the New Orleans schools figure it out, and they figure it out with their own authorizers. And I'll tell you, most of them will say that they have been using particularly their ESSER dollars to host actually summer school, and including even busing, etc. And then you can even highlight a couple of the charter schools like First Line in New Orleans that has actually gotten awards based upon the work that they are doing in reading. So the issue is less about, what they may or may not be doing compared to the districts, particularly with this group of kids that everyone feels the pressure on. It's just sort of the principle of the matter. Of like, here are these schools that live and die by where they get these kids within a short 3-year time period. And the district and the lawmakers keep wanting to add inputs and inputs and inputs. The same inputs that you put on traditional school systems, but yet those school systems are not held to the same accountability outputs. So for them, it was much more the principle of the matter of we are getting lumped in a way that's unfair, and with this level of mandates, you're putting a hardship on us in a way that is not placed on other large school systems, if that makes sense.
Thank you. We have 2 cards, I think, that these individuals left. Mr. David Claxton wished to speak, and he opposed it, and Mr. Tommy Filer wished to speak, and he opposed it. I believe both are gone. Mr. Jenkins and Ms. Romer.
Good evening. Good evening. It's been a long day, so I'll be brief. Again, I appreciate Dr. Bromley and his team for making modifications to this particular policy and also the recommendation for additional modifications with regards to retention in particular. One, and I know I'm not supposed to ask questions, but I'll just put it out there. With regards to retention, I just want to be clear on item C3. Such retention shall be included in local pupil progression. That's going to be stricken out of that as well. I just need a little clarification there. If that part is a part of the change that's going to be there. So I just wanted to make sure that was going to be modified. Other than that, I think with the appropriate changes that we have here, being able to give local schools control, part of impacts to the SBLC process, I think that the Superintendent Association will be able to support this. And I apologize, I didn't say my name. Patrick Jenkins, President of the Louisiana Association of School Superintendents.
Thank you. Certainly not least, the last, Ms. Romer.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Caroline Romer, Executive Director of Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. Many of the comments have already been said, but again, for charter schools, oftentimes I've come to this table and spoken to you about being consistent as you deliver decisions around your policies. LAPCS tries to do the same thing as we decide what positions to take. We have our own litmus tests that help build that consistency out. And as stated by Ms. Vandergrift Kelly, one of our litmus tests around things is about the autonomy that charter schools enjoy in return for high-stakes accountability. And when we look at legislation or policy, that's one of the questions we ask. Is this a policy, is this a law that is infringing on a charter school's autonomy to make decisions as close to students as possible? Whether that's how they're gonna allocate their dollars, how they're gonna teach a student, when they're gonna teach it, all of those things. Curriculum, that all falls under autonomy. In return, you as the authorizer holds a charter school accountable to those decisions. And it is high stakes decision-making. It is the difference between getting to serve students and not getting to do that anymore. This, as Bessie, you have not renewed charter schools throughout the years. And that is due to the fact that they've made decisions that did not work on behalf of students. Not everybody likes that process, but that is the process we have in place. And so when we look at this policy, while it comes with good intentions, while we certainly appreciate Mr. Garvey's amendment that does put it in a better posture, we would maintain we are being pulled into the traditional system when we are not traditional public schools. We are charter schools. And if you are going to start being prescriptive on how we do that work, then we hope you will take a look at accountability when it comes time to decide our renewals, and take a look at how we're doing in reading. Take a look at how we're doing in literacy, or whatever that mandate is. So again, not opposed to getting it right on behalf of kids. Mr. Morris, to your question, so what are you doing? Well, again, I think that question assumes that any education system, whether it's traditional or charter, is not taking those things seriously and that they don't have plans. The fact is, we've turned in our ESSER plans. We're mid-year. It's already been stated. What happens this summer, I've heard Dr. Brumley say, well, they have plans and this just feeds right into it. It's not always going to be that easy. So again, we just have problems timing, prescriptive mandates, taking away the very purpose you've created charters, to innovate, to make decisions as close to students as possible with parent choice. This is infringing on that autonomy, and therefore we are in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Any other questions or comments?
Just to close, I mean, it has been a unique set of years, and I certainly appreciate both Sarah and Caroline's comments there, absolutely do, and I appreciate the intent of what they're saying around autonomy. It's these third and fourth graders. Like, I just remain concerned about them, and anything that we can do to illuminate the need to help them recover, I want to be a part of that, because it's not just about today, it's about their entire K-12 experience, it's about their lives. And so it's just further work on our part and school's part to make sure that we're doing everything that we can do around these particular students in third and fourth grade this year.
Dr. Dick.
Quick question around item 4 that says the LEA can waive this requirement for children with an IEP and English as a second language learners. It appears to me that most districts will likely maybe use vendors because of the difficulties surrounding getting enough teachers to be able to implement these programs on their school grounds during a summer program. And so my question is, do we have vendors that are able to serve children with IEPs regarding literacy and English as a second language learners regarding literacy, so that we don't end up widening the gap between those two student groups and our traditional public school students?
So we try to make the ratios for staffing and individuals who could serve more generous in the last policy, and we further added vendors to that. We have a set of approved vendors that are LDOE that can offer this, and we have a rolling RFP for this, so we can also always add additional people. So the point I'm hearing you say is we need to go out and make sure we have that available, and I'll take that.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the board? There's a motion, substitute motion by Mr. Garvey with a second. Is there any opposition to that motion? Hearing no opposition, that motion passes. Next item, please.
That concludes the agenda.
Meeting adjourned.